to those that are here at the David Salmon Tribal Hall that are joining us, and then also to all of you that are watching on the internet. This is exciting times for Denakkanaaga. We usually hold our conference and annual meeting in a village in our region, but this year, because of COVID, we've had to change things around, and so we're limiting attendance here at the Tribal Hall to delegates and officials to 50, and then having folks participate online as well. This is the first year, too, that Denakkanaaga is recording and preserving this conference. We're excited about that, and we're just happy that everyone is here to join us for our conference. This year's theme is Becoming Resilient and Speaking Out on the Journey to Wellness. And this reflects the ongoing discussion that Denakkanaaga and our elders have had the past few years about how we as Native people are healing from generational trauma. This year, we're actually going to be focusing on men, how they are starting to speak out about what they've gone through. Typically, they're usually pretty silent about this topic, but more and more are speaking out and talking about how they are healing from that trauma. And we'll be talking about that more tomorrow during the conference. We are being watched not only by on our website, denakkanaaga.org, but we also are on YouTube for people to watch the proceedings, and we just want to welcome everyone that is participating by that route and by Zoom. The way this is going to work, we have a link for Zoom for this main conference, and then we have a separate Zoom link for the men's discussion group tomorrow afternoon, and that will be private just for those because such sensitive topics are going to be talked about. That'll be private, and delegates and other ones that are officials that are participating will have a private link to that group, as well as the men's and the women's groups. The men will meet here in the afternoon. The women will go to Denakkanaaga and meet over there, but the people can participate by Zoom as well, but that is private. And then we'll have another link on Thursday for our annual meeting when we elect 2 new elder board members and our youth representative to our board. So we're excited, like we said, to be here. Welcome to everybody. We really appreciate it. I know it's kind of echoey in here. We apologize, but hopefully you can hear us, especially those on the internet. At this time, to start off this year's conference, I'd like to call upon Irene Roberts to say our opening prayer. Irene?
Van Quincy Nakwalt and Joshua Ihli. I said, good morning. I'm so happy to see all of you. Thank you. Let us pray. We thank you, Lord, for all your blessings. For the wealth and wisdom, knowledge of our culture, language, love, sharing, and always. We do this in your name and your love, Lord. Bless all who are attending here. Be with us throughout this week. We ask our blessings for each day. I want to read this psalm, and it's Psalm 137, verse 32. Let them exalt him in the congregation of the people, and praise him in the assembly of the elders. Thank you, Lord, for your words and your guidance, your continued presence in our lives. Thank you. Amen.
Stay So I just want to say thank you to Irene. She's one of our esteemed elders in our region. She's really helped Denakkanaaga out a lot, especially in our language programs that we've worked on in the past years, and we just have a little something for her. We just always cherish our elders, and Irene is one of them. Thank you, Irene.
Good morning. You all sound so cheery. We want to welcome all of you here to Fairbanks, and we're looking forward to the next couple of days of sharing and caring. And it's so good to see faces we haven't seen in a long time. Do we call up Trimble? This morning, it's my honor to call up Trimble Gilbert and to say a few words to us. Okay, come on, Trimble.
Good morning, Salagnai. I know Skinchikakani Fiji, they do your sotak. I know Steve Guinness and Margaret, and another Margaret is sitting there from Circle. I know Yaha at the tea Margaret. I know Skinchikit. Well, we all know that we miss the Denakkanaaga meeting and TCC meeting just because of the virus. And after that 1 year, not even have 1 year, but then we're kind of missing something in our life because probably every 6 months during the years, and we get together all the times, and then we're kind of work together better that way. But it's happened with virus, so we're kind of spread out, and we never see each other for quite a while. And then I know we need each other. Because we have to stand each other, and we have to keep going for the futures to come. And we'd like to welcome you in this wonderful place, and weather is not good, but the Creator is the one handle all that. So, where we come from, a lot of places in our regions we use our language. It's like Circle is at Tanjathainlang. That's where Margaret's from. She's not from there, but she moved over there. And one of my daughter working there too, my granddaughter. And Tanjathainlang and Ikalaire Hankuchen Gile. And Fairbanks, I said Hanan Kuchen. And Fort Yukon, I said Kutsha Kuchen. Kutsha means a Yukon flat. Kutsha Kuchen. and Chalkichik and Charan, we Dinjijuk as a fish hook town, fish hook. And Ajik in Achain lay a Dran Chicks a Prokopine, and just a Black River as an again as any line. And Nitsakuchen means Nitsakuchen, that's where I'm from, Arctic Village. Nitsakuchen is a kind of northern forest, northern part, Athabascan people, far away from the other tribes. That's where I'm from, me and Mary. Winnie Thai is another tribal village. It's Thai means by the rivers, and then the lakes is a big lake not too far away from the north side of the village. I've been there not too long ago, and that's where that people shooting ducks. So that trail is village to the lakes is Via Tain. Via is a caribou skin. Then they cut the hair off and scrape it and clean it, and then they make it balbish. So they make snare out of it. There's a certain way, nobody know how to do it now, even myself. And so that kind of they use for the moose. When it's flat and there's a trail there, moose always travel back and forth on the trail. That's what Uni Thai. And beaver is there's probably a lot of beaver there, so they call beaver. And Dendu is a bird creek. Dendu is another high words, and there's a lot of high words they've been using, our people. And according to the old people said, every 500 years, words are changed. And I listened to them. I grew up with over 100 years old people, and sometimes they say the word, I don't understand them. Just like old lady Jenny Frank Mother, she's over 100. She said, I don't know. I asked around, but nobody knows. Probably mean it's people on that region, maybe a lot of people. And so when they have ceremony, and then they do it a lot of different way, they're having fun, and like competitions, all kinds of game they played. So she said something about that time. It's really fun to do that. That mean is in healthy people she was talking about. She didn't tell me all the story, but when they play different kind of game, people live many, many years, and because of the no sickness. We heard about the really hard time they have during the cold weather, dealing with the cold weather and starvations and all that. But there's no sickness. Only way people die is a natural death. And I know one in Fort Yukon, Jacob Phillip, he's originally from McPherson. I know Margaret know him, and I know Steve know him, and Jacob Philip. That generation is still there. And those kind of people are very healthy people, and they live a long time. And so that message, we have to do a lot of searching, study about how we can help the next generations after we all gone. We all know that we know that some of the stuff are killer. When I grew up, we never know about that kind of things. But old people said outside influence, it's coming in slowly. A lot of good things coming in, we know that. We appreciate about that. If we use it, we can be healthy. A lot of good things coming in to help us. But other things, it's on other side, it's not good for the health everywhere, a nationwide problem. So that game I'm talking about in wrestling and jumping over the rope, it's pretty darn high, and I don't know how they land on the hard ground, but no fracture. And when that old man wrestling, they talk about it, it's really a real athlete and running and all that because of the hard living. They have to work every day. No time to do other things. That you have to do the right, every day you have to think about people. You have to lead the people the right way. They know it. They train a lot of young people too. So that young people today, we do need a healing and traditional way and a new way. I believe some of the traditional healing is really, really true. One of my friends told me about, that dog bite the old man's arm. And then he was next 2 days, on 1 or 2 days, he was dying. He's in a tent. And all that, the arms have kind of become red, infection. So he was laying down on the tent with summertime. And then the leader, I don't know, somebody else called a prayer. So they call everybody to come to the tent and pray. And then one leader, old man, he was invited to do it. So he was there, and they having strong prayer. And then they all went home. That guy who told me that story is Stephen Peter. That's Catherine Peter's husband. And their daughter is still living around here. And that Stephen, he got up in the morning because he was a young boy. young man. And he got up, and he got out of probably tent, and he looked down the tent where the old man was dying. Then he looked down there, and he was walking around the tent and collecting the firewood. And he wanted to make sure that's him. So he walked down there. That was him. So that's a healing. I remember a lot of things happened, even myself, when I grew up. And nothing wrong with him since that. After that, he lived a long time. Even infections. My mom said one time she lived with this old lady, grandma, out in the woods. And you know that people don't take a bath, no soap, nothing. So all that head is infected. You scratch it. And then that old lady, one day, and he looking for some medicine. You know that thing grow on that cottonwood, I don't know the name of it. And he put it on inside the tent, and she lighted. And that thing slow burning. All day he took it out, and it was slow burning. And then by evening, it's ashes. And then she mixed it with a kind of lard. And she put it on her head, and she put a handkerchief on it. About 3-4 days, she wanted to recheck it, so she opened it one side. Just take a look at it. Probably in a couple more days, I'll recheck it again. And after 2 days, she checked it out. Nothing wrong with it. It's all healed up. There's a lot of other things. You know that, and pitch. A lot of time I had infection, other people infection, we put it on. Within 3-4 days, and then gone. Takes all the germs out of it, and they heal up. And people doing this thousands of years to help one another. So now we have to do research. I'm pretty sure that we can help one another with a traditional way. If we have to work harder to do that. And then I'm talking about the alcohols and that other one. A lot of people think there's no hope. There's a hope. Know that everything we have in this small planet we have. So God put every community different places, just like I mentioned. Place we stay, that's where we're born. All the resources we need in our area, all the food to eat are there too. And good water is there, all the animals. If we start using all this This doesn't mean that white man food are no good. No, that's good food too. People grow up with it and they use it, which we don't grow up with it. So sometimes it's not helping us. I could see that something changed now, and I go to a lot of ceremony and big potlucks, downriver, upriver, in Yukon Flats. A lot of good food, our native food. I'm sorry to say that our young people go after just junk food. I think we don't grow up with it. So 4 different seasons: summer, springtime, summer, winter, and fall time. You know that springtime, one time I went to school in Fort Yukon in May, early May. It was noisy out there. The kids was making noise like a geese. And that old man, he probably over 90, David Collin, and he's an old man, he always make noise like a geese. So when I heard that, my stomach wanted fish too. Fall time, we need salmon. We need moose. Our stomach asks for the moose meat, salmon. So 4 different seasons. I never did eat grayling this spring. I'm not happy about it. But some young man gave me 3. I feel better after that. So I think we need to have a special meeting sometime and talk about all these. We might win 1 or 2, it's count. If we save 1 life, two maybe more than that. So there is a lot of helpless people in not only us, but nationwide. So we can start this. Just some people doesn't care about what's going on. But my life, myself, and many other people, you can feel other person pain. When we've been eating good, we think about other people. I wish other people. We try to give it away. That's our traditional way of life. Keep us going last thousands of years. So now as we're in trouble, all the wealthy people are doing good, but there's a lot of homeless in our country. How can we help? And and one other thing is I talk about that if I want to be very healthy Athabascan, my mom should know it, my father should know it. My mom would say that if I want to be a real Athabascan, and it's up to my mom and dad, especially the young people, the young woman and young men, if they get married. When that young woman pregnant, We just can't train that baby after he or she was born. The beginning of the training inside the womb. When you young people have little one inside, elder advice. When the Denakkanaaga hospital, one time I was there in 1964, Dr. James was doctor there later on. He said, Dr. James said that a lot of old people come to the hospital, talk to the young woman pregnant. That's beginning of the learning. When you get mad, the baby get mad. When you get drunk, baby got drunk. When you swear, baby learn language. So that is a very serious thing to teach the young people today. So we are the parents. We have to tell the story, true story to the young people, young woman and young man. Those two, they get married, they have to work together to train the people. So I tell one of my boys this year, you all know that we have a long cold weather this year. She had 3 girls, and one is 9 and 6, and one is a young one. Mary and I, we told them, train your kids. And he took them out, and he got the picture, and they helped their father out there cutting wood, cold weather. But one time he took the little one with him. He's too young yet. And he came back later, he said, gee, my baby is cold when we came back. So I told him that she's still too young, and don't take them out again. But the two older one, you can take them out, but not the little one. So she's not ready. So we know that. You know, the hospital here, we got a clinic here. I was sitting there quite a few times, and just people keep coming around like this. They're all young ones. So after I reach about 20 years old, I have a clean record. I don't have a record in any clinic. Then later on, my health record probably is this thick now. Probably from before that, I feel good, and I can run long ways, traditional way, traditional food I have been eating. I run behind the dog team with old man. He's ahead of me with dog team, but I run behind him. About 3-4 miles on the snow trail, I was right behind him. When he started, he looked at me, and I start behind him, and his dog was like this. After we get to the village, and he looked back again, I'm still running behind him. But later on, I was in the military training, and I ate all kinds of food. I got sick with it. That's not my food. So since that, my health has changed. This is how much something is get us down, like secret, and so all that. I think those are the things I think we should really work hard with our young people in our every community. So I don't know how much time I got. 15 minutes is up or not? A little more?
I'm not stopping you.
You're the chief. And I want to talk about Arctic Village. Not really old village. People use a caribou fence. There's quite a few in different locations. I've been there. I took my wife there, and then my kids, try to show them. Different location is a very important place. That old man said, if you are there, go ahead and kneel down and pray for that special place. Thousands of your people there eating traditional food, water. Everything you need is there. Wisdom are there. If you ask for it, God will give it to you. I took my wife many places. I know she was sleeping, she's getting old, but she still traveled with me. So please take my word, and where you were born, raise your family there. But if it's all right, you move away and work. There's nothing wrong with it. But try not to move away from your own villages. Later on, make sure come back to your own country. And the things I'm talking about in your own village has been blessed thousands of years. It'll come right back to you, everything. You'll be rich in heaven. Reward. So, long time ago, starvations, 3 years, no caribou. So people last year, it's really hard time, so they know they can't make it. So everybody moved to Fort Yukon, winter time. They pull a sled. There's no dogs because they're all starved. That's the time migration going out into the world. I know Mento that Peter Solomon, he's from Arctic Village. Sandy Roberts from Arctic Village. And my grandfather's from down anyway. So a lot of them never did return. We got a lot of relatives over in person. Old Crow. Before the boundary line, they visit each other by foot. And they come down the Yukon River Porcupine and join the celebration in Fort Yukon. But then we do know a lot of relatives all over, even the eagle. So all that relationship, I'm very lucky I know the relationship. Irene is my cousin. And Mary got cousin and all Crow too, Ruth Crow, Charlie Crow. So we're all kind of mixed, and they never did return to Arctic because of probably transportation-wise. So, but we're still related to each other. That's a thing I work on it. I don't want different. I'm from Arctic, but I always sit with different people. I want everybody to be unity and help each other for this next generation to come. Healing, we might help each other. I'm willing to do what I know and share with other people, and I'm learning lots from other people. When we started telling that chief, I was hiding in the corner because I was so nervous. I'm just like Nain Bushman. But I never did give up. I keep going to the meeting. No. I joined the group until that, and then I'm still, with Creator, God's help, I'm standing right here to help, try to help my own people everywhere. So thank you very much for your time and listening, and God bless you.
Thank you, Trimble. See what you get. Thank you very much. I was thinking, now if I wanted to stop Trimble talking, I got to see this lady down here. And I have to ask her, how do you say, okay, good enough in our language? So I'm glad Trimble brought out all these things about our traditional ways, because I personally think we need to go back to that and rekindle that fire. So thank you, Trimble, again, for all your good information and advice. I know how to say Vinatai, Viatai. Am I right? He's not sure. Via tongue. Okay. So, okay, I got to get back to my agenda here. We don't have our first chief here, but he said hopefully will be here tomorrow. Introduction of the board, or who's doing that?
Yeah, you introduce the board.
Okay, I'm going to introduce our board this morning, and I'm going to go from our left to our right. And I'll start with this young gentleman right here. What's your name?
Jack Ortiz, I'm second chief of Denakkanaaga.
Cora Demet from Northway, Secretary Treasurer.
Margaret Henry John from Circle.
And we have a young person on our board, and her name is Natalie. She's not here today.
Joseph is not here either.
And another board member is Joseph. He had family problems, sick illness or something. So he won't be here with us this week. And I think we have a seat open. Yukon Tanana, seat A. Seat B, Yukon Kayakuk, is held by Jack Holchis of Huslia until 2023. So you guys downriver, think about that. And Jack is our second chief of Denakkanaaga. Seat 3, Fairbanks North Star Borough. Fairbanks, that's me, your chief. I'm from Minto, and I live here in Fairbanks. And next year, my seat is up for election. So start thinking about that too. Go back, get off the plane Say, I'm running for chief. Board member. Seat D, Margaret Henry. She's from Venati, but resides in Circle. Her term will be up 23. Lower Yukon, Joseph Malel. Joseph is from Grayling. His seat will be up next year. Seat F, Upper Tanana. That's Cora Demet. Her term will be up 2023. Seat G, Cusco Quim. That's vacant right now. I think that's around McGrath area, right? Okay. So get on your phones and tell McGrath area we want to see them next year. Encourage them. Our youth delegate is Natalie Newman. She's from Rampart. I tell you, this young girl has grown over the year that she's been with us. It's nice to see our young people come into an elder group and work with us. Our staff for Denakkanaaga. Manny, can you introduce yourself, please?
Hi, Manny Carlo. I'm on the Title VI program. And welcome everybody. It's always good to see you. You sure miss being in the village. Getting next year will be out there. Thank you.
Manny has a Title VI, and about once a month he goes around the closer road system and deliver groceries. And administrative assistant, Patricia.
Patricia Seth, I'm from Beaver. I work in executive assistant, I work in sheriff and everything.
Okay, I'm going to ask maybe some of you to just kind of pull your mask down a little bit. Okay, and that's Patricia, in case you didn't hear her. You young people have to remember, sometimes we have trouble with our hearing aids. Linda?
I'm Linda Mackler, I'm originally from Alacasket. I call me Nana instead of into my home. I'm just working temporary with Denakkanaaga, and we haven't done an apron yet. This is our apron for this year. Every year when they have the Denakkanaaga conference, they
Oh.
puts a recipe on it. So I put my mom's recipe on it for making salad. And they're $25.
And of course, our director, and she's going to take the next one, Sharon.
Thank you, Chief. I also want to introduce a young lady who came all the way from Tennessee. She's working with us as a VISTA volunteer. Her name is, I'm going to take this mask off so you can hear me better. Her name is Diana Severe, and she's working with us, Tanana Chiefs, and the Morris Thompson Cultural and Visitor Center in our cultural programming. This is a collaboration we'll talk to you about more during this conference. We're excited about it. And Diana, would you stand, please? She hurt her ankle last week, so I don't want her to walk around. Yeah, but we're so pleased that she's here, and it's really nice to have her here because, you know, when you work on cultural programming for us that have been born and raised in this region, we have our own perception of things. So having a third eye, a fresh look at everything, you know, she's questioning us here and there, and it's really nice to have her perspective working with us on that. So I just want to welcome Diana to Denakkanaaga. So we're glad she's here. I want to introduce our elder delegates here at the conference, and we do appreciate you being here. Someone said, boy, there's not very many people here. We did have to restrict the number of people in the hall to between 40 and 50, and we also have people participating by Zoom online today. And we just want to, again, thank them for that participation and welcome them. The delegates that are here, Eliza Winfrey is representing Fairbanks, the Fairbanks Native Association, if you want to just wave. Fort Yukon is Bobby Solomon, it's in the back over there. We have from Caltag, Mary Rose Agnes and Donald Charlie. Here she is. From Nenana, we have Kathleen Dementif. She's over there. Nikolai is Ann Alexa. I don't know if she's here or not, but Northway, Sylvia Pitka, over here. Nalato, sorry, Flora Nikolai and Angela Patsy. Not sure if they're coming in today or tomorrow. Tanana, we have Lois Huntington and Florence Folger. Some of these delegates are also participating by Zoom. So, like I said, this is a really unique year for us to trying to hold this conference both virtually and in person. So, so they may be online right now as I'm mentioning their names. We also have from Ruby, John Honey. We have from Minto, Andy Jimmy as a delegate. We're here. And from Huslia, we have Speedy Sam. So we just want to welcome all of you to the conference. I know some of you that are attending both online and here in the hall are board members of our sister organizations, and when the leadership gives their reports, they'll introduce their board members when they get up here to speak. At this time, because we would usually have the veterans, Benno Cleveland, you know, we would have him do the flags, but because of COVID, we are not doing that. But if we would all rise, please. At this time, Denakkanaaga would like to remember and honor all of our elders that have passed last year in 2020, many of them, some of them from COVID, and then also those that have passed in 2021, as well as our Native veterans. So if we could just take a few moments of silence, please. Thank you. Every year, Denakkanaaga has built a good working relationship with our congressional delegation, and we're honored that they send their staff to our conference every year so they can get a firsthand look of what's going on with programming and how we interact with our sister organizations and other entities in carrying out the work on behalf of elders. This year, we have in person with us Cordelia Kelly. She is the Special Assistant for Rural Affairs for Senator Murkowski. Senator Murkowski has been very busy, but today she is actually taping a message for you, and we will be showing that to you tomorrow. But in the meantime, I would like Cordelia to please come up and just say a few words and introduce yourself, because for many of you as delegates, I know you're very involved with your local tribal council and corporations, so it's always nice to have these relationships. So please welcome Cordelia Kelly.
Uvla Loatak, good morning. Thank you for the warm welcome. My name is Cordelia Kelly. My Inupiaq name is Keranyak. And my family's from Wainwright on the North Slope. It's about 90 miles west of Kalavik, Barrow. So a little bit of background about me. My dad's from Washington State, and he was working out at Amchitka in the Aleutians, and he was working at a camp out there. And someone said, hey, I just came from an Arctic community, and they're looking for somebody who could be the hotel camp manager and cook. And he said, well, I learned to cook on a Navy submarine, so I can cook. So he went up to Wainwright, and that's where he met my mom. My mom was the housekeeper, and they've been together ever since. Raised me in Wasilla. I have two sisters, and My parents still live out in Wasilla in the house I grew up in, and so I stay in Anchorage and I get to visit with them on the weekends. So my mom and my dad and my 2 sisters. And I'm very new in my position. This is about my 4th week, and so I really wanted to just introduce myself. Previously in this position was Deb Bravo, if you had a chance to work with her or get to know her. And so she has since moved on. And so now I have the opportunity to be here with all of you in this new capacity. And so if you weren't familiar with Deb Bravo or what this position is, my title is Special Assistant Rural Affairs. And really, I'm a point of contact for our communities and our community members. So my position is where I get to be the person that you can reach out to. If you have questions, if you need information, or if you have a specific issue and maybe you don't even know who to talk to, kind of think of it as like air traffic control a little bit. So I'm just a point of contact that our community members can reach out to if you have questions or concerns or you want to raise issues. And in my job, I have the privilege of being able to report back to the senator what it is I'm learning and hearing and having that open communication. But then also, as I'm learning things in this position and in our office, being able to communicate that with all of you and your organizations and your villages and your tribes, and to be able to be here in person, which I really appreciate really appreciate the invitation to our office because of how limited it is. So it feels very special to be here on your lands and to be back in Fairbanks. I lived here for school, and Yvonne taught me how to say Van Gwinzi. Sojri Keranyak Oji. Wainwright Gutang Isli. I'll learn to say it in Denakkanaaga. That's the lands that we're on, but I like to surprise people with that. And so it's really good to be back with friends and to be on your land. So I truly appreciate the invitation and look forward to connecting with you over the next couple of days at Denakkanaaga and better learning more about the amazing work that all of you are doing to serve your communities and people and regions. So Koinak Barak for having me. Much appreciated. Thank you. Anabasti.
Stay right there. Oh, let me find it. Here we go. We just want to welcome Cordelia to her new position, and of course we'll all be working with her in the future, and thank you for being here and listening to the folks talk during this conference. So thank you, Cordelia. Okay.
Oh, it's one of the aprons.
I'll keep looking in there.
With the bone tallow soup recipe. Thank you. Oh! Thank you. Prize. Thank you. Please up.
Thank you. So the agenda says it's 9:45, so we're just a little behind, but it's really inspirational. I know I'm very happy that we're all together finally after a year or more, even though we're wearing our mask when we're around other people. But it's very nice to be here and see everybody after that year of isolation. So it's very nice. At this time, we are going to have our sister organizations provide some reports to you, some brief reports on the work that they're doing in regards to elders. And we're very honored, as our first presenter from Doyon is Aaron Shutt, the CEO and president of the organization. He's here in person with us. We really appreciate that. Doyon is Denakkanaga's biggest supporter, and we can never say thank you enough to them for their support that they give to the elders and to the work that we're doing. And so at this time, I'd like to call upon Aaron Shutt to provide a report.
Morning, everyone. It's great to see everybody here. And those online, I wanted to start by introducing, we've got several of our board members here today. We normally travel wherever the conference is and have good attendance by our board. And we have several online, but today in the room we have our chair, Christopher Simon. We have Betty Huntington. We have Cheryl Cadzo and Ori Williams in the room. And then online, I understand Santa Hamilton Roach is joining us from Shagaluk, and Wally Carlo and Dr. Charlene Fisher are also joining by Zoom for the conference this morning. I wanted to start with a personal story, following much on the lines of our second chief's story about our lands and healing and our Creator's touch on our own lives. So some of you know that my son, Peter, graduated from high school about 10 days ago, 2 weeks ago, in the backcountry near McCarthy for a week. And a week ago, Wednesday, was on a hike on the top of a mountain and got caught in a shallow avalanche and went off the bad side of the mountain. 2,500 feet that ended on a 75-foot cliff, which is about the height of the Chief Peter John building. So I got a call from a park ranger as I was about to leave state with my other son for a hockey tournament. That's a call a parent never wants to get. And he was alive and he was inbound with the Air National Guard at that time. So we had many people across the region praying for us and him. And the Creator's hand was on him the whole time. He did make it into town, and A&MC, their team did an absolutely fantastic job there in the ER. But it was very, very close to the end of the line for my son there. The next morning, my wife and I, we just went home to take a shower in the middle of the night, and he was still in the ICU, and walking back in, didn't really still know the story of how bad everything was and who was walking in, or walking out of A&MC was Lorraine Titus from Northway. So we told her what we were up to, and she gathered us up in prayer on the sidewalk there, which is about all the strength the parent needed right then to make that walk in the door. And thankfully, just miraculously, the only major injury my son suffered was a fractured femur. But all the other trauma and injuries, again, the team there at A&MC did a great job. But I just wanted to recognize the family and friends we had that gathered around us, gave us that strength, gave him that strength. He came home last Thursday, so he was only in the hospital a week from all that. I won't go through the list of injuries he had past the fractured femur, but I just wanted to share with all of you, because many people across the region know a little bit and have supported us greatly. I got an email just this morning. I've gotten many phone calls and visits at our house that he is miraculously has recovered, will recover in full, had no serious injuries past the femur, has a tremendous attitude, and will resume his normal life here soon. And again, back to the story our chief was telling about being out on the land, a couple of my friends said, you know, that's what we did as kids. We went on adventures in the backcountry with just one or two or three of us as young men. I would never ask him to change his lifestyle. We were actually in Otna country. He was in Otna country, but it's close enough. It's close enough. It's our land. It's important that we're out, that we experience those places, growing up in the upper town, I've spent many, many days, weeks in the mountains. I love the mountains. I hope and I think he will be strong enough to go back to the mountains following this incident and enjoy God's country. You've heard me talk about God's country many times, and I believe that in my heart and soul, as our chief said this morning, talking about those special places. And I have, in my mind, I can see some of those places that are special to me in my home country. And they're so important for us in our lives. They give us strength. Our land gives us strength. But God's hand is also in that place, that there is only one way he survived that fall. There is only one way. We know that. So we give thanks for that. And I just wanted to share that brief update before I give the Doyon update this morning. And again, I just want to express our family's appreciation for the well wishes and prayers and those prayers of healing that we have gotten and Peter's gotten from across the region. He was named by my late grandma Laura Sanford from Tok, and also from his people and my wife's family in Arizona. His Tanacross name is Sushnee, which means his grandma never met him. My mom died right before he was born. And we believe that those two grandmas were with him and others. And he was named Stukjurum in the Tonaotum language from Arizona, which means black bear down there. And that's the other half of how he survived that. He's the toughest kid I know. When they brought him off sedation, he's also a hockey player. Brought him off sedation on Friday morning last week. The first words were, "I don't need any bleeping pain meds." The nurse had to ask him to say that 3 times. "You need pain meds?" "I don't need any bleeping pain meds." And been strong ever since. So thank you for allowing me to share that this morning. For Doyon, your corporation is in the strongest financial position that we've ever been in. We've had a number of great successes over the past few years. We've weathered the year of COVID, like we talked about here this morning. That was a tough year. A year ago this time, we just laid off almost 300 employees on the North Slope in a very short period of time when the slope was shut down, and that was a very uncertain time for our corporation, how the next year would turn out, how our biggest project in the company's history would turn out. We were just at the finish line with our Rig 26 project. It was in a couple weeks from the end of final commissioning. It was supposed to be going to work this time last year, and ConocoPhillips, our client, pushed pause. Our tourism season didn't happen. A number of other things in the year. Our staff and senior staff at Doyon Limited worked harder in the months of April, May, and June probably than we've worked in decades, nights and weekends, as we tried to juggle all the things that were happening in our businesses with our employees in our communities. And we ended up being quite successful through all of that. I'm very pleased to report that just as of yesterday, our Rig 26 did finish the final commissioning on the North Slope with ConocoPhillips. We should be spudding the very first well with that rig on June 14th, so I guess a few days from now. And that, again, was the biggest project in Doyon's history. It's the largest land rig in North America. It's the next step in Alaska's oil and gas, allowing the companies to reach oil without causing further surface disturbance or surface infrastructure, using existing pads and pipelines to produce oil. So we're really proud of that project. We're very glad that we got to that finish line after this started probably 5 years ago with the design effort and 2.5, 3 years of construction, and then a delay of a year of commissioning. So it's been just a long time in the works, and we're very pleased with the Doyon drilling team, who also was awarded earlier, I guess last week now. ConocoPhillips recognized them among just a couple, 3 or 4 others in the world as a contractor of the year at Doyon Drilling. So really proud of that team through the adversity of this last year. And they were given that award because of the professionalism, speed, and efficiency of turning down, stacking those rigs last spring in April when ConocoPhillips essentially stopped all work on the North Slope, and then bringing them back this year in the same manner. It's really hard to do a good job when you know you're being laid off at the end of the week or the end of the 2-week hitch. And our team there did a great job, so we're proud of them, pleased to share that. We also completed another very large transaction this last year, which was the North Star transaction. We participated in Auction 97 with Dish Networks and bought the biggest chunk of spectrum in the United States in Auction 97, and that was always kind of a 5-year deal, and 5 years was up here last October, and we executed a large transaction to cash out about 80% of our interest in that, and a very, very good deal for us, which has put us, again, in the strongest financial position we've ever been in. We almost have no debt. We have a lot of cash. And so really we're in business development mode now at Doyon. 4 years ago, our board set off on this long-term transformation plan of our business as we look to new industries and as we continue to grow our company into the future. And so we're looking at a number of different types of investments across the nation, across Alaska, utility-style investments, renewable energy type investments. I was in Minneapolis yesterday meeting with a IT company that we may acquire to build on our IT companies that we already have. So it's just a kind of an exciting time again. I shared with some interns earlier this morning, it's always an exciting time at Doyon, but this is another one of those extra exciting times as we look to grow our business, look to reap the fruits of the seeds we sowed a few years ago on these large projects, and continue to grow our company and provide for our shareholders, both as shareholders, dividends and other benefits, but also for employees, and had the privilege of sharing a few minutes with a couple of our shareholder interns this morning, and hearing their stories and seeing their bright looks in their eyes always gives me hope for the future of our company that we own together as well. So, like many of you, I also look forward every year to spending a few days in one of our rural communities at Denakkanaga's conference, and I certainly hope we're there next year, but it's great to spend a few minutes with you here this morning and to see those in the room, and to have the ability to have technology that people can participate remotely in important events like this Denakkanaaga annual convention. So on behalf of Doyon, we're your big supporters of Denakkanaaga. We love the work that our elders do on behalf of our communities and our people, and the strength you all give us. So again, next year, we'll join together in one of our communities. Appreciate the time this morning and the support you give to Doyon as well. Cindy.
Thank you again, Aaron, and don't get mad at Aaron. He give us money. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I just wanted to let you know, I think one of the strongest force we have is each other. And when one of our families are in trouble, we all go to prayer. I think so many times over and over again. So thank you, Aaron, and keep up the good work. Thank you. I want my grandson to be just like you. Okay. I was going to.
Oh, okay. Yeah, go ahead. I was going to, senators.
I just wanted to say and remind our leaders while they're still here about the veterans' land. We're probably going to talk about that later. I think we need a piece of paper telling us what we need to bring. My brother was a veteran, and so I don't know anything about paperwork. And it would be nice to see what we need to bring to the table to get this land. And also, I want the land to be in my area. They tell me I could pick land way up north. It'll be nice if I could get the checks they get too. And, or way down south. Those are the lands that's available to us. And so if you could think about that, and how can we trade those lands that are given to us for the veterans? Anyway, that's the information I got when I went and asked about my brother's land. So if the corporations can get together, because you're the biggest owners, I think, and so, and organizations like Tanana Chiefs can help with the paperwork that needs to be out there, so we don't have to run around town all day long gathering whatever needs to be gathered. So our brothers or sisters that have left this world, we're getting old, and it's hard for us to get around. So it would help to make it a little bit easier. Thank you very much.
Before we go to the next organizational report, I skipped over Senator Sullivan's message to you, and so I don't know if Kate Wogelmuth is online on Zoom. Josh, we have two Joshes back there. Is she online? Okay. Do you have the link to Senator Sullivan's message? If you could play that now. Senator Sullivan has been very supportive of Denakkanaaga. We meet with him when he comes up to Fairbanks, but also when we're in DC, we also meet with him and his staff. And we just appreciate the congressional delegation's support and to hear us out about our elder issues. And so we'll go to that message right now from Senator Sullivan, please.
Much for the invitation to speak to the 2021 Denakkanaaga Youth and Elders Conference and Annual Meeting. And I want to give a deep thanks and appreciation to the First Chief, Reverend Dr. Anna Frank, and Second Chief, Jack Holtschys, and the rest of the Board of Directors for your important advocacies on issues facing elders and youth in the interior. Now, many of you know this has been a very challenging year for so many of us throughout our state, throughout interior Alaska, throughout our country. My family has faced some personal hardships, as I'm sure most of you know. In the last year, we lost my mother-in-law, Mary Jane Fate, who was beloved by so many and loved so many of you, and her husband, Dr. Hugh Bud Fate, as well. Same, loved by many, loved by so many of you. And they were such a great team and had a great life together. But I do want to mention one person in particular, Reverend Anna Frank, who presided over both of the funeral services for Bud and Mary Jane. And I want to thank her from the bottom of my heart for her grace, dignity, healing, strength, everything you could want in a pastor to help my family get through a very challenging time. So thank you again, Reverend Anna, for your great, great work and just great spiritual healing for my family over the last year. Now, as I mentioned, the challenges that we have had with regard to the COVID-19 pandemic have, I think, impacted our elders in particular. The COVID-19 virus was much more of a threat to our elder population. But even for those who did not come down with the virus, they experienced loneliness and uncertainty when it came to basic needs like housing and food. So for our youth participating today, you also face challenges, but what I saw throughout the year, and thank you for this, was our youth who weren't at that much risk with regard to the pandemic coming to the aid of our elders, coming to help our elders, coming to protect our elders, coming to take care of them. Now, normally that happens in the opposite way, that our elders give our youth knowledge and wisdom, which is what I know Denakkanaaga is very focused on. But to the youth who helped out this past year, especially with regard to our elders, thank you, great job. We, all of us, including our elders in the interior, appreciate that great work so much. But we're coming out of the pandemic. And of course, there's a bright side. Alaskans, particularly the Alaska Native people of interior Alaska and throughout the state, are resilient and tough and have seen hardship before. I love the conference theme this year, becoming resilient and speaking out on the journey to wellness. That is a perfect theme for all of us as we are getting through this pandemic and hopefully soon enough putting it in the rearview mirror. We have a spirit in Alaska that is different from anywhere else in our nation, a spirit to face challenges head on. And I think we saw that so much during this pandemic, where organizations like our tribal health organizations were leaders in response to the COVID-19, and groups from all over, our Native leaders, state leaders, federal leaders, came together and said, we are not going to allow this pandemic to destroy our state and harm us the way that other pandemics have. Of course, any lost life because of this pandemic is one too many, but Alaska came through this from a health perspective stronger than almost any other state in the nation, and that's because so many of our fellow Alaskans worked together to get us through this. You know, in the Senate, I continue to listen to ideas and good suggestions from all Alaskans on how we need to get back on track, both from a health perspective and importantly from an economic and jobs perspective. We have a new administration, the Biden administration, and let me assure you, whether it's in meetings I've had with the president or all of his cabinet officials, I consistently raise the issue of our economy, the health of our citizens, public safety, particularly in rural communities, our Alaska Native communities, and how important that is, in taking care of our elders. So these are issues that are going to continue to be priorities of mine, and I know are priorities of all of yours. Organizations like the Denakkanaaga are critical to Alaska in so many ways, not only for services that you're providing to our elders, but the wisdom that you are passing on to the next generation. And that's why this Youth and Elders Conference is so important. I hope that you have a great conference. Know that my door is always open. And thanks again to everybody for your great work during what has been a very challenging year.
Thank you to Senator Sullivan. As I mentioned, we always enjoy working with him and his staff. Before we go to our next organizational report, I do want to say a big thank you to the sponsors that have made this conference possible. As I mentioned, Doyon is our biggest supporter, and we do really appreciate them. We also had sponsorships this year from Local 959, the Teamsters. They always support the elders. It's amazing. They're one of the first to always come in and give us a check for this conference, whether we're here or in a village. We also want to thank Mount McKinley Bank for their support. And they're not even the bank that we use at Denakkanaaga, but they are very supportive of the elders, and we do appreciate that. And we also want to thank our other sponsor, the Health Partners, the Fairbanks Memorial Hospital. I know TCC works with them a lot, and so do we, and we just really appreciate their support of this gathering. So I just wanted to say thank you, and we'll say a few thank yous throughout the conference too to them again. But at this time, we'd like our second organization to come forward, Chief P.J. Simon with Tanana Chiefs Conference, if you'd come forward. And please welcome Chief Simon.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Chief P.J. Simon from Allakaket, Galena. I'd like to welcome everyone here. It's always nice to be back at Denakkanaaga. We've got Doyon Limited leadership, Doyon Board of Directors. We've got IRHA leadership. We've got our FNA leadership. We've got Andy Jimmy, our co-chair of ANTHC, Alaska Native Health Board Chairman, and the Chairman of our regional TCC Health Board here. Also recognize e-board members that are out there online, and our elder advisor to the board, Peter Demosky, who provides us with guidance in terms of knowledge from the past, which is very important to us. We got over a tough year, like leadership talked about. Our elders telling us stories about the last great flu, where we lost a lot of our people. And on the go forward, a plan for action. What are we doing? How are we going to work together to provide leadership? How are we going to work together to provide housing for our elders? In Tanana Chiefs, we do not currently get funding for elder housing, but we are more than willing to sit down with IRHA, with Doyon Limited, with FNA, to talk about how can we pool our resources, human resources, how can we go after funding to provide elder housing. In our administration in Tanana Chiefs that work for you all, we did tour a few elder housing here in Fairbanks. It just did not meet the requirements that would be needed for assisted living. It's a complex process. We get advice from legal, we get advice from health, we get advice from our CFO. So our executive management team's been working hard, looking at different options. And Aaron, our president of Doyon, our corporation, talked about, prayer. And he talked about the incident with his son. I just got back from Bozeman, Montana. My 18-year-old graduated, and he's going to college to become an engineer, which is first-generation education is really important. It starts revolving when you get to second-generation education. And to thank Aaron for being that role model, especially when I was on the board, always talked about raising the bar, setting this high standards for us all as Native people. And my son's getting to engineering. And, in a way, I think Aaron probably had something to do with that, is raising the bar in terms of education. We have to embrace education. We have to embrace religion, structure. We need that in our lives. So in our way is we always pass food around to our elders in our Koyukon Athabaskan way in the Kaikuk River, so our kids will be healthy. We go out and we shoot muskrats or beaver, shoot Denakkanaaga, yellowfooters, Dijina, geese, and we pass it out and share our bounty. That way our kids will be healthy. And my son that graduates, an only child, so I spent many years praying for his well-being. And glad that Aaron's son is okay. And Aaron provides so much leadership for our region. He dedicates so much of his time. It's unimaginable the time commitment it takes to do his job. So very appreciative of his story. And growing up, he talked about, like Chief talked about this morning, is the important places. I've got same thing. South Fork River is Nuhul Chitlin, Natal Nalwalton. Those are special places in my heart where there's black ducks, where the geese fly, where we find bikanala, muskrat, or noya beaver. But again, elders, you guys provided the guidance through this pandemic. It was tough on Tanana chiefs, behavioral health, trying to deliver a high level of service in an unstandard fashion to remote locales. It's been a tough year on us all. Back to Tanana chiefs on our strategic plan update. We had a strategic planning retreat in April. The only place that was open was Las Vegas. We brought our administrative team down, our executive management team of 20 people. Our top people out of, they're all top people, but our administrators anyway, they account for about 20 personnel. 9-member executive leadership. We talked about elder housing, education, law and order, behavioral health, the go-forward plan. We set a 5-year plan for Tanana chiefs, for the tribes, for the people. So it was really good. We want educated and empowered tribal members, strong tribes, healthy people, safe and strong communities. We rolled out the TPO program, Tribal Peace Officer, and that's through the Department of Justice to give us grant funding to provide some form of structure in terms of law and order out in our villages. That's a very good start. Our director, Daryl Hildebrand, has been working night and day. He's been helping out in everything, even helping out in our murdering and missing people that we have. And he has been taking applications for law and order out in our villages, which is really needed. Stewardship of our lands and resources concerns were brought up in our retreat about trespassing. How do we handle trespassing? A growing number of hunters from out of state, in state, going to our traditional homelands. How do we protect our renewable resources so our people have adequate amount of nutrition, especially during a pandemic? Economic sovereignty, that was brought up. Water and sewer is also a platform. So far, working with ANTHC, Alaska Native Tribal Health Consortium, and Tanana Chiefs, we put $1.2 million of our money into the partnership with ANTHC. and we're able to provide a lot of pass units out there to the rural villages. Circle, other places have been getting, Huslia is going to get some. It's a little bit above the outhouse, it's a little bit below water and sewer, but it's a way to cleanse ourselves, especially during a pandemic. We're able to wash our hands. It's a little at a time with a lot of the ARPA funding that's coming from DC that we're able to provide these types of service. I'm a plumber by trade, so I know a lot about implementing water and sewer. It's a passion of mine. If we can cleanse ourselves, our kids, they can brush their teeth and take a shower before school. Our elders can take a shower. Our elders can be healthy. Longevity, that's what we want. Strong, unified tribes. Broadband expansion, we met with SpaceX, the vice president of SpaceX, and also Starlink. That's SpaceX. They talked about, they launched 10 polar set satellites last month. They're going to provide 350 miles up, they're going to provide broadband. Usually the satellites are 22,000 miles up. So those are some opportunities. We just got out of a meeting. The DRS, Leonardo Communications Company was in our office this morning. We talked about OneWeb, more broadband expansion. We talked about behavioral health, telehealth, not only for our kids, but education. We talked about bringing behavioral health into the homes, into something like this, smartphones. Not everybody can afford $150 a month cable. Not everybody can afford telephone. But if we have the opportunity with these types of grants, with the ARPA fundings, that we can provide private consultation to people who need behavioral health services. So apologize for not being here this morning, but it's been really exciting times in terms of satellite communication. We've got Starlink. We met with the Vice President, Jonathan Hofeller. We met with OneWeb, with Leonardo DRS this morning. We had a long meeting. Really exciting times. So we're going to keep Denakkanaaga, Sharon in leadership. Chief Reverend Anna Frank will keep you guys abreast of everything. We've been meeting with IRHA, communicating email, Ori, what knowledge that you have, bring to the table. Aaron Shutt, Doyon, Steve Guinness, president of FNA, working together. You heard our leadership talk about we're stronger together, working together, so that's the direction we're taking. We're excited. Housing. At the moment, Mitchell Schufelt is doing a wonderful job for Canada Chiefs Conference with our BIA Housing Improvement Program. We're currently building 2 houses in Northway, 1 in Circle, 1 in Koyukuk, and working with IRHA on the go forward, try to come up with a plan for more housing. We have the know-how, we have the native people that can put these houses together, hire local, and we're pretty excited about the go-forward plans. And also, you know, our chief talked about prayers, you know, prayers for all the bad news in the region. It's all over this time of the year for some reason, but prayers will give us strength and guidance. And like it was said, it's a powerful healer. Also, exciting stuff we have working with our tribes that we haven't really talked about is our tribal administrator pilot. Is there an earthquake? This mic's really shaking. So we've got a tribal administrator pilot program. So we're training our TAs in accounting, everything that we offer. At the end of the day, I tell staff it's all about service. We provide service to you all as best as we can, and we are going to continue to hire our Native people to lead us in the direction we need to go to provide better services. We're working on a master plan, a long-term plan. In the future, we'll need a hospital. Once we get past 20,000 people, right now we're at 16,000, 17,000, we'll need a master plan to build out our own hospital. Also, a hotel for our transient patients coming in and out that we serve. If we can provide a campus setting close to the current build-out, which we're building out a $105 million expansion project right now to serve healthcare to you all. And thank Andy Jimmy for his leadership there. Also, talking about behavioral health wellness center. We need to raise the game on delivering behavioral health to the people. Our TCC Health Administration tells us that there's 25% in general, United States, behavioral health, people that need private consultation. So we need to raise that bar also. Paul Williams House. We need a new Paul Williams House. Our people that are challenged, they have a very small accommodations right now, which is inadequate in my eyes. So with a lot of the ARPA funding, we're looking at these types of things. And we talk about hotel build-out, and I'll use my parents for an example in providing health care. And this is what I told Valerie Davidson with ANTHC when we had our meeting. Our people coming in from the villages, I'll use my 81-year-old father, my 76-year-old mother. They've got to go in summertime, a four-wheeler, back to the airport, wintertime, rain or shine, snow machine. They jump on a small plane. They come here to Fairbanks, get in another line at Wright Air or Everett's. They go to the patient hostel, get in another line, and then they check in. They go to Chiefs. They get in another line to see health care. And if they have to go to Anchorage, double that. That's not good enough. If we can build out as much as we can here in Fairbanks to provide the very best health care for our people, that's what we're going to do. So it's exciting times. I think talking about working together, convention, we passed 16 resolutions. A lot of was carryover from the year of COVID. We had a clean audit. Brian Ridley is a 15-year employee. He's been doing great as Chief Financial Officer. We had 400% growth in 10 years. Credit the finance team who worked night and day to keep our finances in order to provide what we provide to you all. The full board approved the purchase of Eagles Hall right over here, and that's for purpose of storing our equipment, radiology, oncology, those types of new services we're going to provide at the expansion. Those types of instruments, they cost $400,000 to $800,000 each. There is no space to rent here in Fairbanks in terms of storage for such precision equipment. So buying the Eagles Hall and the 2 acres that comes with it, or acre and a half, will give us an opportunity to maybe raise the building in the future and build out a wellness center there. That's some of the visions that we have. Meeting with ANTHC, they're talking about ambulatory surgery center, the services we're going to provide in the expansion, and we're happy to report that they're looking to partner with Canada Chiefs Conference in providing healthcare services. We've got some new IRHA Board of Commissioners during our convention. We've got Ms. Patricia McDonald here in the audience today. She's from Healy Lake. Marvin Deacon from Grayling with Seat B. Our new youth advisor to the executive board is Alex Hanna. Mr. Hanna's from Minto. He's he really engages himself and immerses himself into our native issues, which is good. We also honored Tom Kriska, which we should do more. A lot is honoring our people in our region. It's Mr. Kriska, who's been alcohol-free and drug-free for 20 or 30 years. And he's provided sometimes 70 geese. He lucked out with a lot of tikana, a lot of wolves, and provided those for potlatches with the donation of gas or something. It's an honorable thing, Mr. Kriska. COVID-19, Tanana Chiefs, the health department, the team TCC, has worked around the clock. They worked 55 days straight to deliver the vaccinations. And part of leadership strategy was elders. You all. You are our culture bearers. You're giving us the guidance we need during a pandemic. You tell us the stories, the lessons that you have learned and passed on to us. Of course, it's a new generation. We're a lot younger, but still, we need you guys. We need your leadership. We need structure. So thank you again for that. We built out the Upper Tanana Health Center. Currently, there are 40-something employees. And it's been a long dream of the Upper Tanana leaders, and they envisioned their own health center. So they have their own health center, and it provides exceptional health care. We're very proud leadership from the region backed this project. And the executive board is going to tour that facility this month, and also the expansion. Next, village clinic projects. We're going to have a build out in Nenana. Next year, we're hoping it's going to be an expanded clinic, provide a lot of health services to Nenana and the Anderson, maybe Healy also, but the tribal members. So they'll be very happy to get new health facilities. We're looking at Rampart. Rampart's going to get a new clinic. Northway, much needed clinic up there in Northway, working with leadership now. It takes a while. It's a lengthy process. You've got to procure the land. You've got to do an environmental assessment, water test. There's a whole gamut of what we have to do. 105L leases. Am I taking up too much time, Sharon? Pardon me? Okay. 105L, I'm just trying to be thorough in terms of being thorough in terms of what we're providing to the people. We're 105L, it's part of the Indian Education Self-Determination Act. When we got on, we're 105Ling our buildings, which is going to triple our funding for maintenance and improvement, M&I funds. So we'll be able to, all the 17 buildings Tanana Chiefs owns, you all own here in Fairbanks, will be able to provide a lot more services in terms of upkeep. Cultural programs, executive board, we invested in Morris Thompson Cultural Center. We're putting money towards culture. We are culture, working with also Doyon and FNA and Denakkanaaga. Elder nutrition, we want to provide all we can out there. And Bonnie Carol Guinness has been doing an exceptional job in providing services. So we're looking to provide more meals. They delivered 10,027 meals, lunches, 10,000 lunches, and Fairbanks Community Food Bank, 1,700 food boxes. Serving total of 537 elders, 437 60 and over. Summer youth employment, that program's going strong with Katina Charles. She's doing an exceptional job there. A lot of other programs we're doing. Fisheries update, the 1.6 million summer chum run is well below the 2.2 million average. So we're hoping to get a lot of subsistence allocations out there. I know they're talking about shutting down the Kaikuk River to subsistence this year, which they normally never do. Yukon River Chinook, that's pretty low. Usually we get over 300,000 Chinooks. I think it's at 130,000 right now. It's well below projections. Alaska Native Vietnam Veteran allotment. We did have the Pacific Northwest region VA. We went out to Minto with Chairman Jimmy, and we talked to some Vietnam area veterans. The Pacific Northwest director was able to hear firsthand in terms of the needs out there. Housing was one of them, and also health care. So, and also preparing tribes for the American Rescue Plan funds, the ARPA funding. We're looking at a business manager, a business-minded manager to help assist the tribes. A lot of them are getting 1.7 million at the least. Some tribes have tripled that, and they're asking how can we help us make these business updates. So we're pretty excited on the go forward. Like I said, we've got a diverse team working hard for you every single day and trying to provide all the services that we can. And elders, board of directors, thank you for allowing Tanana Chiefs to make a presentation. We work hard every single day for you all. So with that, I'm finished here, Sharon. So thank you for allowing me to present.
And here's a gift for you, PJ. Thank you so very much for the work you're doing, and especially your workers. I want to thank your workers that back you up.
Yes, thank you for saying that. And we'll always talk about Team Tanana Chiefs. And the healthcare people have provided so much guidance. Wow, look how beautiful. And thanks again, Denakkanaaga. We look forward to one more thing we wanted to work with was to have elders go out to the tribes to provide guidance, because we need structure out there. We need religion in our villages, and we need guidance. So again, thank you so much.
Thank you, PJ.
Bessie. Before we give a break here, one of the things I would like to see is Tanana Chiefs and FNA work together, because we're all the same people. Some people move into town, like myself, and then it seemed like they put us in little blocks afterwards. So I would like for the organizations to get together and see how they can help our Native people in Fairbanks, because you all know FNA is not a tribe. So it's totally different than Tanana Chiefs, but we can still work together. And I say the first thing that you put on your list is have a culture camp for elders. You know, there's some of you that's real young. Even if you want to or not, you are the elder. You're the ones that need to be trained to become elder, because we're afraid to step up. That's how there was such a big separation between kids that went to boarding school and when they came home. That our elders didn't know what to do with the children that were educated, and they got kind of left out. And then I think our young people began to lose traditions and the way they think. And that clinic over there, I drove by with my little grandson, and I said, that's our clinic, our new clinic. And he said, are they making it bigger? And I said, yes. And he said, gee, I think they should put the money into that hospital over there. And I tell him, you know, our Native people is growing here in Fairbanks. We need that clinic to become bigger. It can't carry everybody. And it's up to us to make that campus bigger. It's up to us to say, I want to stay here instead of going to Anchorage and have the providers there. Everything becomes advanced. That's what I'm hoping for our clinic out there. There's so many things to do, and the only way we'll ever do it is if we get involved. And I'm saying this because I got off a committee for the state. Nobody, I don't think they got a native person to sit where I sat. They come from the city to be on the commissioners, elder commission. You leaders need to get together and say who you would like to nominate to help make some of those decisions in Juneau. And with that said, we are going to take a 10-minute break. Gee, sorry we don't give you a bathroom break. So, 10 minutes. Hello?
Yeah.
Anybody hear me?
Next one is Steve, and then
Okay, if we could all get back to our seats. Where's my blue sheet? I just need that one sheet. I don't want to carry that book back and forth.
You're calling on Steve. Josh, are we good?
Okay, tell all the smokers time to come in. Turn your bird off. Oh, Trimble's bird. Okay. Lot of empty chairs. Pat, can you look outside, see if everybody is in? Okay. Our next speaker this afternoon, or this morning, we're still in morning, gee, long day already. I'd like to ask Steve Guinness from Fairbanks Native Association Director to come forward and report his business.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Masi cho shalaknai tataknan hwal inflation jakunzi. I said thank you very much, relatives. It's nice to see all of you again. You know, as we all know, we went through a very, very difficult time this year, starting in March of last year. And it's really, really good to see us able to at least gather like this and, you know, see each other, greet each other. You know, that's really special as far as I'm concerned. And, you know, when Trimble was speaking, he was talking about we should think about having a special meeting. And if you heard his words, he's talking about having a special meeting around educating our young people, our younger generation, about being Dinjiju, about Dinjiju means Indian, being native, and all that encompasses. That's our language, our culture, our traditional practices, so forth and so on. And I share that view with him because the younger generation, and by the way, it's not their fault, okay? But they're not very well educated on their native side of them. And I think if we want to strengthen who we are as Dinjiju, as native, we really need to do that. And also along the way, maybe be able to mentor them into leadership positions. Leadership, rather, not leadership position, but into leadership. so that they can pick up where we left off and continue our challenges that our people face. You know, first of all, I wanted to again welcome every one of you here. I know there's people online that are watching online. It's a good start to meet in person like this, but we still need to remain safe and healthy as we're doing these type of things. So, you know, earlier we recognized veterans, and we also recognized the elders that have passed on. And I think about a few of them, like Carlos Frank, like Franklin Solomon, Ralph Manook. Ralph Manook was really a great supporter of the community services, FNA community services. If you said anything wrong about that program, watch out for him. But he was really a great supporter. You know, I wanted to just kind of give you a little rundown. I know I've been asked to kind of be brief here because you're behind schedule, but I think it's important to kind of report what FNA has been doing over the last year. In our community services program, one of the things we deal with is helping people with burial assistance. From May 30th to June 1st, we dealt with 74 deaths, totaling $148,590, helping people out. In general assistance, we had 181 people, total of $64,380. We had emergency assistance, which only covers house fires, of 2 people, totaling $2,000. We provide food boxes to not only individuals, but to families as well. So we provided 720 food boxes to individuals, 720 individuals rather, and 112 to elders. The total units of food boxes distributed during this time period was 512. We also provided Thanksgiving boxes to our elders here in Fairbanks. That turkey and all the trimmings and whatnot, we distributed about 50 boxes of that. And then we had emergency food boxes where we had 150 distributed. In case management, there are 181 individuals being case managed by the BIA Welfare Assistance Program currently. The victims of crime and case managed against, during the reporting period was 343. Now, that should tell you that what's happening with this virus is having a serious impact on people. And when we're talking about victims of crime, I'll give you an example of what we're talking about. There were 2 young ladies that were kidnapped in Anchorage, and they were taken to Tok, and they were able to escape, and they made their way to Fairbanks, and they came to our community services. Those are the kind of case management we're dealing with when we're talking about this victims of crime. And we were able to get them a ticket, those 2 young ladies, to get them reunited with their family down there in Anchorage. So these are the type of things that our office over there is dealing with. Violence against women, total of 98. Again, this virus is really impacting people's behavior. And what we do with these individuals, sometimes it's court cases. Sometimes it's just removing them from the environment of where they're being abused. So we're dealing with those kind of issues in our program. The Tribal Set-Aside, Title 6 Elders Program, we have 142 people we serve. The other one that this includes is a lot of times our elders are being abused, and a lot of it is unreported. So we work with a court system, we work with a local police department to deal with issues like that. And a lot of it, too, is taking advantage of our elders over their finances, taking their money, their family, that kind of thing. So we deal with that. We take it to court. The court appoints somebody else to handle their resources for them, so that that doesn't continue. Our audit, I just want to let you know that our results of our 2020 audit, our revenue was a little over $25 million. Our expenses were a little over $22 million. Our net change in net assets was $2.7 million, which is an increase. Our total net assets is over $30 million. This is the first time F&A has ever reached that number. And I'm really, really proud of that. We had a clean audit, and there were no material weaknesses or deficiencies. Our behavioral health programs, according to CDC guidelines, when this thing hit us in March, they're considered essential services. So we had to keep them open and try to serve people. But we also had to follow CDC guidelines. So many of these, like Women's and Children, Ralph Purdue, GRAF, those programs, we had to follow CDC guidelines, so we had to reduce beds in order to serve them. And because now the virus is going down, we open more beds. And the result of that was our wait list grew. We have about 60 people on the wait list currently to try to get into these programs. But again, that's a result of COVID. That's how it impacted F&A. So, I have much more to share, but, in closing, I just want to wish you all a successful conference here. Like I said, it's good to be in person here and being able to provide a short report to all of you. I always enjoy coming to our elders conference because I learn from you too. Just like Anna said, we learn from each other. The last thing I just wanted to say was Chief Anna Frank is an elder advisor on our board. And just in a recent meeting, she said, You know, one of the values of Athabascan people is a sense of humor. You got to have a sense of humor, she says. So I want to share one with you. There was a elder, or this friend of mine in Fairbanks. There were two elders that came in from Canada to visit with them. And so they decided to take them out to dinner. And so that old lady, they decided to have steaks. So that old lady, the waitress, asked her, "Ma'am, how would you like your steak cooked?" And she thought for a little while, and she said, "Oh, just spoil it." All right, so I'm following your lead, Anna. Have a little sense of humor. The other one was my granddaughter, right? She's pretty serious. She's 9 years old. And so sometimes I act up with her, right? And one day I was doing that with her, and she was sitting on my lap, and she looked at me. She said, "Grandpa, snap out of it." Okay, with that, I'd like to have our board president, Jessica Black. She wants to just share a few words, so I'll turn it over to her. Thank you so much, Masicho.
Thank you, Masicho. Respected chiefs, elders, and leadership, Von Gwinzy, good morning. My name is Jessica Black, and my family's from Fort Yukon, but I grew up in Nenana. And really happy to be here this morning and listen to all the good words. I remember I went to Denakkanaaga when I was 16 in Tanana, and that just really made an impact on me. I remember listening to everything, and they had food outside by the riverbank, and it was just wonderful. And so always been a big supporter of Denakkanaaga. I had the opportunity to work with the elders and Sharon on a research project, and with Laverne Dementif, where we documented cultural strengths, and we're hoping to come back together with you all and share some of what we're finding. And it's just a wonderful organization and a really powerful partner for the Fairbanks Native Association. And like Steve mentioned, we've been really busy, even though we've experienced this pandemic. At FNA, we do serve the most vulnerable populations here in Fairbanks, and they're all our people. They're from every single village, and we love them with all of our hearts as our own people. And so our partnerships are really important to us, and we wholeheartedly support the work that you all are doing. It's just a wonderful organization. And with that, we wanted to present Denakkanaaga with a check to help support some of the work that you're doing in this conference. And it's on behalf of FNA, our entire board of directors. We have Manny Carlo in the back, who's one of our board of directors as well, and our entire organization. So with that, Masicho, thank you very much. We look forward to our continued partnership.
Okay, thank you very much. And I have a gift for Steve. Steve. All right.
Let me see the surprise.
Okay.
Well, check out the surprise.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my
Look at that.
Give an apron for Jessica.
Oh.
When and if I find gold, I'll put it in here. Thank you.
Thank you. And typical, we're giving Jessica apron back in the kitchen. That's why I talk about it's kind of hard being a woman standing up here, because way back in my mind is us women were never there. We were behind the scene, and we told our men what to do. So it's really hard for us women to go into leadership role and try to run a meeting and do all these things. But we're giving it a good try. And I think I'm going to teach young women how to be strong leaders. So I think we need to do something with this table over here. I keep looking over this way because there's more people over there, and I forget over here. So anyway, thank you. I'll hand this over to our director, and she'll tell us and bring that up to the board and see what we could do with it. Okay? Where's my blue paper? Okay, let's see, who's next? Oh, way down here, okay. We save the best for the last. I'd like to ask Ori Williams from IRHA, CEO, to come up and introduce those that are here with him and say a few words.
Good morning. It's still morning. Thank you for inviting me to speak this morning to the elders and youth, and welcome Chief Reverend David Sabin. I'm going to call you. I just saw his picture. See that? I saw his picture over there. I said, gee, it just reminds me of Taj. Welcome, Second Chief, Secretary Treasurer, board members, elders, and the delegates in the audience, and old friends and Doyon board members. My goodness. Sam, I haven't seen you in a long time. You still racing? They told me to be quiet. Trimble Gilbert, thank you for a great talk this morning. Always learning from you. Appreciate that. The leaders of the other organizations, thank you for your wisdom and sharing your programs with us. It's been about, and those online, if Chief Donald, if you're on there, good morning to you. And the other board members who aren't here, good morning to you also. I just want to say that the 10 months I've been at RHA, seems like some things don't change. The housing needs are astronomical. The pandemic has caused at least another year delay in projects that future homeowners and people who are trying to remodel their homes have lost a year of construction, and the prices have doubled in the last year for plywood and materials and freight. So nothing has gone down except for the time allowed to get the work done. Recognize my executive secretary, Marilyn Weaver, sitting over there, and my past executive secretary, Patricia. And, no, it's just good to see everybody, as Chief Steve Guinness said. It's so good to see everybody in person and be able to say hello and give a COVID hug. Mike Fliegel's beautiful mother, Elizabeth, good morning. I want to report that the second quarterly reports are going out this week to all the tribes. And since we've been back on schedule a little bit, the tribes will all get their latest report. We represent 31 tribes in the interior, plus Doyon funds, who fund another 6 entities. The money from Doyon goes to fund projects in Fairbanks, Tok, North Pole, Medfra, Lake Minchumina, Canyon Village, and those funds are in jeopardy. I will talk about that in a minute. But the quarter reports are going out. Each tribe will know exactly how much money they have in the bank to spend on housing. I am working on getting those broke down by sub-region, so I have a better understanding of how much money there would be if the tribes reorganized into sub-regions for their housing needs, and we're able to possibly look at some joint efforts in their sub-regions since they're so used to working in sub-regions in the Tanana Chiefs region. I want to recognize Patricia McDonald, our newest board member, sitting out here. I saw Speedy stand up. It's okay. She's a great board member. Thank you, Patricia, for being here. I saw Speedy Sam earlier. I'm sure he'll return. We've got a good 5-member board of directors. Marvin Deacon would have been here today also. He's had a illness and a death in the family. We pray for his family. Our new chairman, Fred Beifelt, sends his best wishes to all of you. He's had also people to take care of in his community the last couple of weeks. As you all know, we've lost so many friends and relatives during the last year or so with COVID-related and other illnesses. We're fortunate in my family that three of my family members survived. We all have great friends who didn't. And we've not been able to get together and hold traditional type potlatches and honor people the way we're used to. And so it's left a big stain in our heart and a deep amount of sorrow in our hearts for those who have passed, and to our families and our friends who have passed that we haven't been able to give a respectful farewell to. Some villages are starting to do that now that they're opening back up. Our offices are still closed to the public, but we make appointments, and everybody who has an appointment, we will come out and meet them. I'm glad to say that in the last few months, we started the housing rental, emergency rental assistance, and we've only got a few more months to get that program done, but we've helped over 700 families with rental assistance. I figure that by the time we're done in September, we'll have about $2.5 million spent to landlords and utility companies helping people who've had COVID-related problems paying their rent and paying their utilities. I was glad that Chief Simon mentioned the American Rescue Funds. American Rescue Funds hope the tribes met their deadline yesterday, their first deadline to apply for up to $20 billion, $1 billion that the chief talked about, which pretty well guaranteed there's 608 tribes that the nation looked at for the American Rescue Plan. That's where the 1.664447 number comes from that each tribe should have gotten if they applied for it. Some tribes got more because of the employment numbers and the population numbers. But there's another 19 billion out there. 65% based on tribally self-certified enrollment and then employment numbers. And I just pray that all the tribes in the country, in Indian country and Alaska, apply for those funds. You spread them over 3 years. There's a lot of money in there for health. There's a lot of money in there for elders. There's a lot of money in there for housing. Our tribes could end up with more housing money in their own pockets than the Housing Authority has, and hopefully they can supplement that and get their houses built that they need. We put out a memo to all of our tribes about the American Rescue Act. Didn't have to do that, but felt obligated and wanted to do that. Just praying that the assistance from TCC and FNA and from all the tribal TAs and the bookkeepers out there, that they were able to go online, fill in the boxes, and apply for that first billion. And the second deadline, I think, is coming up on the 21st to apply for those funds. And I appreciate the senators' good work in fighting for that, and Congressman Young's good work in fighting for that, and the work of the Alaska Association of Housing Authorities, who represents all the housing authorities in the state. Like I say, we only represent 31 tribes out of the 42 in the TCC region. Some of the tribes have their own housing authorities. We're looking forward to and pray, and hope all of you can pray for Supreme Court decision to reverse the DC Circuit Court decision that would not allow future funding to go through regional corporations, ANCs, or village corporations. Like over almost 50% of our budget at IRHA comes from the Doyon money. And if the Supreme Court does not reverse the decision of the Ninth Circuit Court, none of that money will be available in the future. Like we have almost 90 elders in Fairbanks who help with rental assistance. Those programs would go away. All the homes that we built in North Pole and Fairbanks would cease to be able to be funded again. All the rehab programs in Fairbanks, North Pole, Toke, Redford, Lake Manchubana, Canyon Village, that money would go away. All the money to our tribal members and shareholders and families in Fairbanks, in Anchorage, would go away. You're talking $40 to $100 million in lost funds annually to tribal families in the cities in Alaska that would go away. And no other tribe in Alaska would be eligible to get that money. The winners would be the lower 48 reservation tribes and maybe 5 cents on the dollar to the Alaska tribes. So we're praying that the Supreme Court has met. I believe they met on the 19th. Don't quote me on that date. We hope to hear a decision by the end of this month. Otherwise, we will lose, like I said, $40 to $100 million in housing funding to the state of Alaska, not counting hundreds and hundreds of native jobs to help make those houses work. I've had the privilege of working with the Alaska Housing, how they call it, Alaska Association of Housing Authorities. They have Colleen Duskin is an amazing director down there, doing an amazing job representing all the housing authorities in the state. Just sent out a letter to Senator Murkowski. Hope this young lady over here will see that shortly. I went out last week. Trying to work with the senator and the delegation to increase the housing needs. It's been decreased over the years substantially, like 26 or 30% since 2019, and the need is astronomical. It's still a number one or a number two or number three need in all of our villages. Some of our villages, because they're desperate for housing, are starting to look at less insulated, less energy efficient homes to get more homes built. It's hard to educate people about all the federal regulations and all the rules that apply to our programs. And we have, like, for instance, self-help. We have about 15 self-help programs going on right now in the different villages. And in the last 12 years, only 2 have been completed from beginning to end. So that is a huge, huge effort to clean those up. The board will make a decision, and I will recommend that we end that program totally and finish these 15 or so houses that are still on the books and not go forward with the only housing authority left in the state that does self-help. It has caused more confusion, more debt, and more harm than any program that I've witnessed. And the board will make a decision and set policy on what we do with those programs in their board meeting, hopefully coming up in the end of this month. We have a strategic plan. We have a good board of directors that really care about housing in the villages. They will look at a strategic plan at their next board meeting on June 24th and 25th and adopt it, hopefully. They had a lot of work on it at the last board meeting. We finished our audit. It's a very, very clean audit. The board will get the final rough draft of that audit presented in June, probably for final adoption in August. But there are no findings, no significant findings at all, no management issues to the Board of Commissioners. And so our good team over at IRHA, Eli James, who's coming back from some health issues but doing a great job for 18 years over there, is an amazing financial advisor and financial man who has a good team. We have a great team over there. I handed out a report to you in your bags, but I'm not going to sit here and read it. I list because you don't give me enough time. Pretty good, huh? So I'll leave that for you to read. We have a lot of rehab work to do. We got 4 new houses out in Mendon under construction. We have the keys to the last 7th house of the 2020 season to give to the new homeowner. The greatest joy in life, almost one of them, is to watch a family move into a new home and watch teenage kids and young kids get their own bedroom and build energy efficient homes where you're only burning a gallon or 2 gallons a day in the coldest time of winter. Mildew is a problem. I'll tell you now. We just finished a project in Denakkanaaga to remove the mildew from many, many homes down there as a joint venture with Denakkanaaga Chiefs. And if people don't use their high-vac systems and don't air their houses out, I can see a monster problem in the future with these airtight homes being full of mildew. Turn on the high-vac. It only costs $150 a year. That's not much money to keep your house from mildewing. These 5-star and 6-star homes are so airtight that if you don't run the high-vac system and get the fresh air in there for at least 2 hours in every 24 hours, so clock it so you turn it on after you go to sleep so it doesn't bother you. It's very, very little cost to keep your house air fresh and to keep the house from molding over time. A word of advice for what little I know so far. I want to thank the elders for, and I'm not going to go into this whole report because for lack of time, but I want to follow Chief Guinness's sense of humor a little bit. Because what's also happened in the last over a year now in the pandemic is they're starting to talk about who's got the vaccine and who don't have the vaccine, and might have to carry a card pretty soon. I got one on my cell phone showing I got both my vaccines. Reminded me when we were teenagers, most of you are younger than me, but your mom and your grandma said, "Don't let that boy kiss you." Told all the girls, "Don't let that boy kiss you. Gee, you'll just get germs." I used to say, "I'm vaccinated, you can kiss me." Now we got to prove we're vaccinated before you can even go on the airplane. Thank you very much for letting me have the time.
Stay right there, Ori.
It's okay, you can kiss me. Your grandma never told you that. Yeah.
None of the Nenana boys got kissed. We were
went thinking about it.
we didn't want to get germs.
The Minto girls always fought.
Thank you, Ori. Thank you so very much. And all that you do. And like I say, we need to get involved with the organizations. And it's interesting because I'm involved with one of our elders, and it's so hard. Like some of them signed their homes over to their grandchildren, and their kids got no place to stay. I have one right now. His house needs to be fixed up, and he could not get IRHA to come in because he's not the owner of that home. And so we need to do something about that until we get this fixed up. And we're finally, our corporation hired a young man, and I told him about this elder at home. And as soon as he got back to Fairbanks, he called Ori. And we're starting to do something about that problem with the housing. So hopefully it'll be taken care of before the snow comes. So I want to thank you for just being there and listening. And here's your gift. I don't know what it is. Tell us.
Lipstick.
Oh, wow. Gee, how do these guys rate?
Just remind me when I was acolyte. Can I pass it around for the Denakkanaaga?
Oh, there you go. There you go.
Thank you very much.
So, okay, then I think Sharon is on board.
So we're going to do a panel discussion before lunch. They're getting it ready still. But we thought it would be important, especially since we're recording this conference, to have some of our elders come up and share with us the stories they remembered that they were told about past pandemics and how we as Native people have been resilient and overcome those. I'm going to boot off our first chief, and we ask our guests for the panel, Elizabeth Flegel, Sam Dementif, and Marie Yaska, if you would come up here, please. Bear with me, I got to find my paper. Oops. And Josh, with the sound, are there mics on? Yes? Okay, thank you. So as you all know, this past year has been very challenging as we've dealt with the pandemic. Wearing masks, social distancing, those are kind of the norm now. But as the cases go down and more people receive the vaccine, we can see the light at the end of the tunnel. This morning, we're very happy to have with us 3 esteemed elders to share their knowledge and their history of how we as Native people have dealt with medical issues in the past and how we've worked together to deal with the crisis. As someone said to me, we are a resilient people. It's my pleasure to introduce you to our elders on the panel. Elder Marie Yaska, originally of Huslia. She's at my far right. She's worked in the medical field before. Elder Elizabeth Flegel, originally of Allakaket, and who has also worked as a nurse. And Elder Sam Dementif, originally of Holy Cross, who has been one of our esteemed Native leaders here in our region. So thank you for being with us. And we just had some questions to ask them, and just for them to share their history and their story. As I mentioned earlier, this whole proceedings is being recorded and saved on YouTube. So elders, this past year, as we've dealt with COVID, there have been news stories about how Alaska has experienced other pandemics over the past 100 years that were devastating to not only us as Native people, but to all the residents in the state. What stories do you recall from your own childhood that you may have heard from your parents or grandparents about how villages, or your village or a nearby village, have dealt with pandemics? Sam, we'll start with you. You right there, your mic is right there.
The topic of resilience, if you think about that, and if you think about the village that you come from, and think about the way people used to live off the land, and when I think of that and think about the pandemics and the epidemics that came through Holy Cross, where I was born. Holy Cross Mission was formed in 1888, and it was put together primarily for evangelization of the spreading of the Catholic religion. But in the end, Holy Cross Mission ended up being a refuge for orphans. Now, where do these orphans come from? There's a number of different reasons why the kids in the rural areas, in the villages, were orphaned. And one of the main reasons was the pandemics and the epidemics and disease that came through, which ended up either killing both parents or one parent and ended up with orphans. In the case of both parents dying, the kids had no place to go. Generally, in a village, they ended up sending them to Holy Cross Mission. And I'm a village boy from Holy Cross. I'm not in the mission, but I go to school at Holy Cross and meet many orphaned kids. Now, if you think about your kids, or your grandkids, or friends and relatives, the ones that had one or two parents, very fortunate to have parents. The kids that ended up with no parents, I seen many of those when I went to Holy Cross Mission School and Copper Valley School. And those kids suffered. No parents. And it's a hard thing to live with and see and witness where kids grew up without anyone loving them, taking care of them, wanting to do things with them. Now, I remember reading a book entitled Dog Sled Apostles. Now, this is the story of the religion, spreading of the Catholic religion in the territory of Alaska. And one article in that book, one page, describes the flu epidemic that came through the lower Yukon and along the coastal areas and ended up with many hundreds and thousands of people dying. Whole villages were killed off. Those kids ended up at Holy Cross Mission. But in that one page in this book called Dog Sled Apostles, they describe all of the kids and the people that were dying at Holy Cross Mission and in the village during, and you have to think about this, in the late winter. What do you do with bodies? You can't bury them. What they did at Holy Cross and the mission was to wrap them up. Whatever they had, they'd wrap up the bodies. One of the priests from Holy Cross Mission would take those bodies down below Holy Cross and store them down there, put them in a place, and he would not let any of the villagers, people, see where he was stacking all of these bodies. But there was 2 women from the village that helped him take care of those bodies as the spring came and things started melting. Now, this is a terrible, terrible image to think of what happened there. And this happened in many villages. They had to go down. The priest went down and dug the common grave, put all those people in there. And every night he would come back up, and the 2 women there would help him change his overalls, and because he didn't want people to see what was going on with the burial below Holy Cross. So that's one thing I didn't witness that, but I know the women and the priest. And so I just want to say also that we talk about or ask in our question from Denakkanaaga about resilience. are we resilient people? And I have to tell you that I read an article here about 6 or 7 years ago where there were some archaeologists and anthropologists discovered some remains of people down, and if you drive down towards Big Delta, you'll come to Shaw Creek. Now, if you go to Shaw Creek and you look up on that hill there, that's a bluff that looks over the Tanana Valley, River Valley, facing the south. The remains that they found there were Athabascan Indian children. Those remains are 13,000 years old. Now, here we are today, primarily Athabascan people, primarily. We're here. We're still living here. So does that say something about resilience? Yes, it does. It says that because of the way we live and how we live and respect. And if you look at all the value statements from all the corporations across Alaska, they talk about sharing, helping, respecting. All those things relate to how to live right, how to live correctly. 13,000 years. Now these remains are DNA directly to us Athabascan people today. So to me, that says resilience. I think that when you think about that and think about how we here, the three groups or the three organizations, TCC, Doyon, and FNA, but I remember there was a meeting of the three boards of directors. That was Tanana Chiefs, Doyon, I think it was FNA, and met and had the board of Denakkanaaga, were us, those boards all working together. And this was back in 1982 when they first formed Denakkanaaga elders. And it was formed because of the Claims Act and the naming of cemetery and historical sites that's written into the Land Claims Act. Denakkanaaga. I remember distinctly when Peter John got up in front of all of us, all the people in Minto, and said and taught us what Denakkanaaga means. And he turned around and told us 3 times, reciting that word. And he did it in a dramatic fashion, saying first, Denakkanaaga. And he would walk up towards the front of all of us, stop, said, Denakkanaaga. Walked up with the right to the front of the middle, all of everybody there, turned around and looked at us and said, Denakkanaaga. So as teachers, you say the word, you make sure that whoever the audience is understands what it is, and you explain what it means. The voice of the people speak. So that's a little story on Denakkanaaga. Anyway, I'll stop.
Thank you, Sam. So Marie Yaska, do you recall any stories as you were growing up from your grandparents or parents about pandemics?
Well, after I grew up, I asked my sister-in-law, how come we always used to stay in camp by ourselves? And she said, because people were dying of TB. And as a kid at that time, I didn't realize why we were always by ourselves in camp. And then we moved from camp to camp for different seasons. But what I do remember them doing that time was they boil the dishes. Probably just need to be boiled 20 minutes, but we never had to deal with stuff like that before. Boy, they put wood in that stove, and those dishes just boil and boil. and another thing too, they hung our beddings out every day. And I thought it was just a normal thing, but she told me that, by the way, my late sister-in-law was Catherine Atla. We grew up together. She helped her grandpa raise me. And then she became my sister-in-law later. And so when I grew up, I asked her, how come we always used to be in camp by ourselves except for summertime? Summertime, we stayed in camp with other people, like 4 families. And she said those were the people that were not sick at that time. So that's how we survived, us. Anyway, in those days, everybody lived off the country. They trapped and hunt to provide for the family. No jobs in those days, but there was fur. And then there was our animals that we live off of, and fish. And then later on, I became a health aide. And I remember one like March, April, the whole village came down with flu. And there was 2 villages that was hit really hard, and Huslia was one of them. I was going around from house to house, taking care of people. And in those days, our medicine was long-acting penicillin. Boy, the kids sure hated me because I was the bad person. Anyway, pretty soon I got sick. And I had to give myself shots. I had no trouble giving people shots, but to give it to myself, I just take deep breaths and I get all ready. I can't poke myself. But that's what happened. And I was health aide from early on. Public health nurse came to the village one time and said that she needed to train some people to be a health aide. One evening she was there. She showed us how to do vital signs and give injections. That was our medicine in those days. And then from there on, we were on our own. Learn on the job. Years later, I realized, gee, I was afraid we could have hit somebody's nerve. But we survived. That's what I remember about when I was growing up and then later on.
Thank you, Marie. Elizabeth, what about you when you were growing up in Alatna?
We grew up the same way that she did. We were so isolated. But when I moved back to town here, after I retired from my custodial job at university, we were doing the Rural Human Services training counselors and social workers. And we heard so many stories about a long time ago when the pandemic hit us. It was the Great Flu. It was so horrible. My sister Bertha and this Hubert man were telling the stories about the Great Flu. years ago that hit the whole Alaska. We didn't have very much health care then and anything. It was way before we were born, but it was so horrible that the whole village got sick. And around Alakak or somewhere up north, and there was nobody left to bury the people. It's like I said, it's going to be horrible, but we had to hear the story. And so this one guy, or a couple guys, they were getting so tired, they couldn't dig graves fast enough, so they started throwing the bodies down the bank and covering it with snow. And they have nothing else to do, so it was just horrible. And that's what the Yupik people were telling the story at the same time too, about there's a couple guys, they were so tired by the time they got to bury their people. But it was just horrible pandemic. And then we haven't had one until this year, a really pandemic like we went through this, but we have so much medical care now and people are more resilient. And now we have running water, and living in the city is different than living in the village, but somehow we didn't catch the COVID-19 like some other people do, because isolation was the only thing. I also lived through another pandemic of tuberculosis when I was young. That's when Maudetscom School were calling for people from about 18 years old to 20-some to train them as licensed practical nurse in the early 50s. And so we all went down to Maudetscom to be trained so we can work with our own people down the hospitals. Because in them days, we were resilient enough to know our language, and we can understand both Athabasca and Inupiaq. So when the patients come in, we have to listen to their native language, and when we understand, we can tell the doctors how they're doing. And that was another pandemic I lived through. We were very careful then. If we have a TB patient we work with, we have to put on our gown, our hat, and a mask, and something over our shoes. Our gown does cover our whole clothing. We were very careful, and so we didn't catch that tuberculosis either, but some of my classmates got careless and got it themselves. Then they had to be our patient for a while. But we lost a lot of people in that one also, and it was very hard times. It was around 1953 I graduated, and I worked until 1956 as an LPN. So that's when we were dealing with that last one of that TB epidemic.
Thank you, Elizabeth. I have one more question for you, and then we're going to wrap up because I see they have lunch ready for everybody. As elders, you know, when this first hit us, we all had to isolate for a long time. What was it like for you as elders to be isolated last spring and part of the summer? What could you just share what you were feeling, what it was like for you, Marie?
You know, we were used to just going from meeting to meeting and sewing, going to sewing classes, going to lunch. All of a sudden, we had to stay home. after about a week, I called my friend Dixie Deo, and I told her, hey, Dixie, I got to talk to somebody. I'm going crazy by myself. And I tell her, did you hear about the beaver that went shopping in Depot? And I guess he ran out of wood for his house. And she started to laugh. She said, you can call me anytime. But it was very hard for me at first because I was used to being around people. And then all of a sudden we had to stay home.
Sam?
Yeah, I remember that the pandemic, changed our lives altogether. We had to keep remembering how to use a mask. In fact, my wife had to make masks. Remember, and then early on, women were making their own masks and wearing them, and I was always forgetting to wear them. And I remember when I was a kid, mom and dad and people in the village and in the mission, they always had get after the kids to do their work, carry in the wood, cut wood, haul water, do different things, work, keep busy. And so what I remember pretty easily about the pandemic nowadays, it's just me and my wife at home, and the national news is telling the people of the United States and to stay home, to don't visit your friends, don't wear a mask all the time, social distancing. That means keeping away from each other. Every time you see someone, you want to go up to them and hug them or shake hands, which we're generally used to doing. You can't do that. So I ended up telling my wife, well, gee whiz, honey, this is just something like I dreamed about when I was a kid. Sit home, watch TV, read comic books, and not do anything, not have to worry about a thing. We're just like a dream thing for a kid, so anyway, it was just kind of a curious thing to reflect on.
Elizabeth, what was it like for you to stay home? This time when you had to stay home.
I stayed home, but TCC had given us an iPad, what do you call
Tablet?
it? Yeah.
Tablet?
Last fall, we worked with them, and that was the handiest tool I ever have. So I never am alone. I do rural human service training on Zoom and also social work. So I got that again next week. So I was busy almost all winter on the tablet, just on Zoom, seeing all the students all over the state and all over the state side sometime, all over New York, wherever they come from. And so I never was bored. Even though I'm home, I'm on that doggone thing and seeing everybody everywhere. And so that was a different kind of elder I turned into because of technology. And I was warned on that by the late David Salmon, that was named after this hall. This hall was named after him, but he told me, when they come out with technology, you've got to be right in with them, okay? He told me before he passed on. I said, okay, I'll do that. So here I am on that tablet doing Zoom and stuff.
Well, I want to thank the three of you so much for sharing. Oh, go ahead, Sam.
I just wanted to say one thing. That's I remember that right here in this hall is where I got my first shot. I just want to express my deep appreciation, I think all of us do, to TCC and Fairbanks Native Association, Doyon, all of the leaders here at Denakkanaaga, all the people that helped. And the first people they thought of were the elders to help them get vaccinated. So it was really something I felt very proud of, all the people that worked so hard early and for Alaska and in the villages to get vaccine and vaccinated. So I really want to thank you and all of the leaders of our groups and our corporation, and really a good thing. So I'm really proud, and I'm sure that everybody else feels the same way. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Marie?
I just want to say thank you to TCC for making sure everybody got their vaccine. I already got both my vaccines, and in the building I am living in, they finally came forward and said, we're going to get you your vaccine. So I want to thank TCC for thinking about us. We were way ahead of everybody.
And I want to thank the three of you for being here and sharing your history and your knowledge. And we really appreciate it. We will have someone from ANTHC speaking, I believe it's this afternoon or tomorrow. Denakkanaaga has partnered with them on 2 grants to assist elders in the villages in light of COVID. We have 3 different kits that we'll be sending to 1,000 elders and in the villages, and it's regarding isolation, health, and safety. And then we also, as Elizabeth mentioned, tablets. We received a grant to give 2 to 3 elders in each of our villages an iPad, and we'll be training them on how to use it so they can visit with their family, and so they don't feel so isolated. And we will be working with the tribal councils on that. That'll be this month, and later this summer we'll be doing that. And then the kits will be going out shortly. They were waiting on a vendor to provide one of the items for those kits. But Denakkanaaga is very proud to be doing that, to be assisting our elders. And we have wonderful elders here in our region. If you would join me in thanking Marie, Sam, and Elizabeth for their stories and knowledge. Thank you. Lunch is ready, and Marie said she would say the blessing of the food. So if you would stand, please. We will reconvene at 1:30 for the afternoon session of the conference.
Oh God, we thank you for all your blessing, and we thank you for this gathering and helping us get through this pandemic. And I know you're with us every day. And I say, bless us, O Lord, and these your gifts which we are about to receive from your bounty through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen. All right. Thank you, everyone. And for those online, we will be reconvening at 1:30. Thank you.
everybody, and thank you very much for the invitation to speak to the 2021 Denakkanaaga Youth and Elders Conference and hello and greetings everybody, and thank you very much for the invitation to speak to the 2021 Denakkanaaga Youth and
All right. Is everybody ready for the afternoon session? And we welcome back everybody that's watching remotely on the internet or via Zoom. So before we get into the keynote addresses that we have for you, we would like to ask for some of the delegates to volunteer to be on our credentials, our resolutions, and our election committees for our annual meeting on Thursday. They would be working with our election judge, Alan Todd from Doyon. Our text back there, is somebody looking at Zoom? If there's anybody on Zoom, if you're a delegate from the village and wanted to be participating and helping Alan, we could do it via Zoom if there's anybody there. If not, any delegates here? Do we have any volunteers, please? We need one person for credentials, one person for resolutions, and one delegate for the election committee. Kathleen, thank you. Which one would you like to be on? Credentials, resolution, or election? Election, thank you. Okay. Kathleen, anybody else? What? Resolution, all right, thank you. And then, so we need someone for credentials, and that's basically just verifying with Alan about the election, the credentials. Anybody? Thank you, Miranda. Okay, great. All right, we'll be in contact with you three. Thank you much for volunteering and helping us with that. I'm now going to turn it over to Anna, and she's going to introduce our keynote speakers to start off the afternoon part of our conference.
Okay. The best speaker of the day is... Today we're going to hear our friend from Huslia, Jack Holtes. Okay, Jack, come on up.
No, I never spoke like this before, but good afternoon, elders, delegates. Sure glad to be here. Sure glad you made it, and people on Zoom. I'm going to talk about the men healing. In order to heal, you have to have resilience. And I bet you a lot of people don't know what resilient mean. How many people know what resilient mean? Raise your hand. Okay. Resilient is able to withstand or recover quickly from difficult conditions. In order for a man to heal, he's got to learn to cope with the difficult conditions that he's going through. A lot of men are going through a lot of difficulties, such as drinking problems, drug problems, family problems, job problems. Those are all difficulties that a man must face every day. And we need something that'll help him cope with these difficulties. We're always talking about, let's help our people, let's help our people. I don't see anything helping our people yet in these stressful times. There's men committing suicide because they can't cope with what's going on. They can't go through life bearing, like, geez, I can't do it. I can't do it no more. I can't stand it no more. I just can't stand it no more. So they end their lives. They take the easy way out. But you have to know how to cope in spite of setbacks or barriers or limited resources. Resiliency is measure of how much you want something and how much you are willing and able to overcome obstacles to get it. That's what resiliency means. So in order for people to heal, they'll have to learn how to be resilient. I'm not a psychologist. I didn't know what resilient meant until my little boy I'm raising told me, let's go over Grandma's and look it up on your phone. So I did. That's how I learned what resilient meant. You see, it took a 9-year-old boy to teach a 71-year-old man what resilient meant. And after I thought about it, I see a lot of the men that's going through this. You know, a long time ago, I'm not an elder like our respected elders out there. But a long time ago, we used to gather. We used to go fall hunting after bear. And in the spring, we used to gather and go geese hunting. You know, all that's gone now. All that's gone. They still go out, but not together like they used to a long time ago. I don't know. There's no way we could solve this problem, I don't think, because we talked about it for years and years and years. Long time ago, they just used to do it. They just used to do it. Because then they knew they had to care for their families. They were out with no snow machines, just dog teams or snowshoes. I remember long ago there was no moose in Huslia. If they see moose tracks, they put on their snowshoes and they walk and run till they get it. And then when they got it, they shared with the whole community. Those were tough people. And they were resilient. They were resilient. They never gave up. That's how our people survived. That's how our people survived. I wish, I was listening to all these speeches and all these reports from all the corporations this morning. And I was saying, geez, all that money they're talking about, that they have, that they made. Why don't they use that money to start something for the men and women that aren't resilient? Why don't they have some kind of program where we could bring our culture and our tradition back? We have to bring our culture and tradition back in order to survive. We have to have that unity. You know, all these native corporations, they have Tanana Chiefs Conference, Doyon Conference, all kinds of conferences. Why don't they have a village conference? Why don't all our tribal governments get together and start thinking about our people? Sure, we get money, but that don't last long. Let's think about saving our men. Let's think about saving our men. You know, as a Vietnam veteran, I was lucky because my father, he filled out for my native allotment. He wanted my native allotment right by his. So I had my native allotment. But now you have to go through so much paperwork, like Ann was saying. You have to either get it way down south or way up north. Why can't they bring the old system back to where you could get your native allotment on your traditional land use area? That is something that Tanana Chiefs and Doyon should work on. Our traditional land use area, we cannot lose. So I don't want to, see, once I get started, I say I'm not much of a talker, but once I get started, I can't quit. So I just want to thank you for coming, distinguished people. You know, you're all leaders. You're the teachers of our next generation. You're the teachers that taught me. You taught me. I learned from our elders. So let's keep that up. What I know, my grandkids will know, because I learned it from my elders. Anabase.
Thank you, Jack. And we have a gift for you here.
Thank you.
Thank you, wonderful speaker.
Wow. My grandson will love these.
Let me lift it up for you. All you young single girls, this is a way to a man's heart. Our next speaker is Natalie, is the daughter of Don and Ben Newman of Rampart. Her grandparents are Milton and Margaret Moses, Don Anden, Barbara Anden. Natalie recently finished her first year at Mount Edgecombe High School. Welcome, Natalie.
Natalie Newman Keuga, Ina'a Don Newman Beuga, Ita'a Ben Newman Beuga, Leth Hatanit Listo. And what I just said is what Anna just said. My name's Natalie Newman. My parents are Ben and Don Newman, and I am from Rampart. Bear with me, I have a stuffy nose at the moment. I once heard a story of a medicine man foretelling the loss of our culture, language, and traditions. Though Though the story went on to say that we would never fully lose it, we would slowly but surely gain them back. Sure, we will never fully recover our lost traditions or even our language, but we must persevere and move on. Adjusting to modern day, our traditions were never perfect, sadly. We must make a choice to either forgive and forget or to adjust to modern day ideals. The generation before last was raised in missionaries and raised on fear and pain, crushing and belittling our culture, beliefs, traditions, and language. Today we are striving to learn our language, lost traditions, and culture. To me, this is a step forward. We never may be fully reunited with our language, traditions, or even culture. Missionaries forced their beliefs, but today you get to choose what you want to believe in. But this is expected. Lost traditions lost, language lost, never fully returned. But our culture will stay the same. Trauma will never fully disappear. Sometimes we forget, but it is still there. Just because ethnocentric bullies pushed us down does not mean we should not get back up. My hope for the future is our children to know our language and traditions. So this may not happen in many years or even in my lifetime, but if we work together and teach our children the language and traditions, one day I hope they will all know it. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalie. You're very brave.
Thank you.
Wow. Beautiful. Show that to all the young guys and say, I made it.
All right. Right now, we're going to have Melissa Cantanetta, who is with ANTHC, if she is online. Josh, is she? She is. And I don't know if you have her PowerPoint or if she's going to show it. But before you go there, we're pleased that Melissa is with ANTHC. She worked with Denakkanaaga. She's the program manager for the Wellness and Prevention Department at ANTHC. She earned a bachelor's degree in psychology, religion, and an interdisciplinary minor in gerontology. I don't have my glasses with me. From Syracuse University. And she also earned a Bachelor of Arts in Rural Development from the University of Alaska Fairbanks. She enjoys spending time with her cherished friends and family, listening to the traditional and modern storytelling, and also practicing yoga. So we're pleased that Melissa's here. Like I said, we work with her very closely on different projects, including the 2 grants I mentioned this morning that are assisting our elders. And Melissa, are you ready to go?
Hello, yes I am.
It's all yours, Melissa.
Hello everyone, my name is Melissa Jane Castaneda. I was born and raised in Coxville, Alaska, and I live and work on the Dena'ina land. So I wanted to give a quick land acknowledgement. We acknowledge the Dena'ina people whose lands, traditional lands we gather. We also acknowledge the Creator and all indigenous work with ANTHC in providing health safety kits to 40 villages that Denakkanaaga serves, and also being able to provide social isolation training at a later date. So I just wanted to say thank you all for coming together, and in this time, in this much needed time of connection, it was really astounding to me to see across Alaska how so many people came together, so many people worked within cooperation with each other across organizations to ensure that the populations we serve are having their needs met, whether it is with telephone calls, whether providing food, and also just being able to connect with people and going, hey, are you okay? Are you doing well? And so I just wanted to share very quickly that Denakkanaga's grit and their can-do attitude really was instrumental in providing this project. And so I wanted to thank everyone at Denakkanaaga for being able to say yes to a very quick turnaround of providing health safety kits, which include flashlights, hand sanitizer, hand soap, and also shelf-stable meals and some playing cards for reducing social isolation. And so with these items, I know they are just a piece of wellness. And I just wanted to encourage everyone who is on the call, who is available and in attendance, to be able to just connect with your neighbor, connect with your family, and really just ensure that we are continuing on the path to wellness. And so I just wanted to keep this short and brief. I wanted to thank everyone for your attention. Thank you so much for providing a space to be able to come together and speak our truths, and also just to recognize the hard work that Denakkanaaga does across interior Alaska. Thank you very much. Teku.
As she was saying, you know, it really does make a difference if you collaborate. And we're very pleased that we were able to learn of this opportunity, and we contacted Melissa and quickly said yes, and let's work together and help our elders. And so we're very pleased we had that opportunity this year on those 2 grants actually with ANTHC. So, and Melissa, we hope you'll be able to join us next year in the village. Hopefully next year we'll be able to go to a village again, because it really is important for us as a regional organization to be out in a rural setting where state, federal officials can come and really see firsthand what it's like in rural Alaska. So Melissa, thank you again for being here with us today and just talking a little bit about the work that we're doing together. Next up on the agenda is a report, an update from Ben Stevens on the Hunting and Fishing Task Force. This is another group that Denakkanaaga is involved in. And you'll see this, I know PJ was saying, gee, why is this shaking so much? Just dawned on me, it's because they're working on the bridge over behind us. So that's why, especially for our viewers out there, no one's, you know, it's not an earthquake, and it's just shaking because they're really working on that bridge behind us, the Wendell Street Bridge. So, but I would like to have Ben Stevens come up, please, and he is going to talk about the work that's being done by the Hunting and Fishing Task Force, of which Denakkanaaga is a member. Is he here? Oh, he was just here. Yes, he might be outside. One of the folks is yelling at him in the parking lot. So bear with us, those online. This is a live conference. He's not here? Okay, well, while we wait for him, I would like to also ask another individual to come up here and talk a little bit about the work that she's doing, that she's actually contacted Denakkanaaga about to help promote and work with her on her project, which is the Yukon River Drainage Fisheries Association. And Catherine Moncrief, would you please come up here and just talk a little bit about what you're doing? And she's actually, she contacted us, and we were excited to see that she's working with the emerging young leaders at Tanana Chiefs Conference and gathering stories from elders. But I'll let her talk about that for a little bit, and then we'll hopefully have Ben here to join us. Catherine.
Thank you. Thank you, Sharon. And thank you, Denakkanaaga, and everyone in the room and online today. I really appreciate the opportunity to come here in person and to be able to work with you guys and tell you about this new project that just started earlier this year. Just a little bit about myself. I work for the Yukon River Drainage Fisheries Association, and I grew up in Anchorage, Alaska, and I live currently in Girdwood. In 2002, I found the Yukon River Drainage Fisheries Association and had the opportunity to start working with them. And since then, I've been grateful to be able to learn from Yukon River elders and fishermen. And we get to do this project, which is in your packets. It's called They Told Us There'd Come a Time, Conserving Fish, Preserving Tradition on the Yukon River, a catalog of elders' warnings. And the idea for this project came to us through TCC, and we partnered with their young adult emerging leaders. The goal of this project is to improve understanding of the salmon declines on the Yukon River through the words of the elders. And what we're going to be doing in this project, in this first year that we just started in January, we held a virtual training online. We had intended to be in person here in Fairbanks for a couple of days, the emerging leaders as well as the archivists at the UAF Rasmussen Library to teach us how to really dig through the archives. And we want to tap into all of the knowledge that has already been recorded via interviews or pictures that were taken, and all of the information that you and your elders have already recorded. So our first year, that's what we're working on right now. And then in year 2, we hope to have had a chance to look at what we found and come up with some questions, and then come back and talk to you guys and conduct some interviews about what you have to say about the salmon declines. And then in year 3, we'll be sharing what we've learned, and we'll do this through a variety of ways. We're going to make kind of a catalog of the results, but we'll also be doing presentations, and perhaps some of the emerging leaders will write some articles. But another thing they'll do is we got another small grant. This is funded by the North Pacific Research Board, and they gave us a second small grant for outreach, and we'll be able to make some videos and take advantage of the modern ways to communicate via social media and things like that. If the emerging leaders are interested, they might do audio recordings like podcasts and stuff. So on the back of this flyer, it talks about the way that the Denakkanaaga elders are helping us by providing advice on where to find these warnings of salmon declines, who used to talk about, I mean, I know I've heard a lot of things like don't mess with the first pulse, we only take what we need, and today I heard in the future it's going to be challenging. And so in this first year, we're going to be looking for more information about those kind of statements and what people said. And then in year 2, I think the emerging leaders are going to initiate the interviews with people that they want to get more information from. And I just want to, I wish they could, some of the emerging leaders, actually one of them might be showing up here in a few minutes, but I wish you could see the rest of our team, but you probably know them. And I want to just encourage anybody to reach out to me or one of the emerging leaders with any ideas or suggestions for our project. And I don't want to take up too much of your time. Anabasi.
Thank you. Stay right there.
Thank you. We have a small gift for you.
Thank you so much.
One of our aprons.
Great. Thank you very much.
You know what you could put on there?
Yes.
Bycatch.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what's killing all our salmon, bycatch.
I will. I'll put that one down. Okay. Appreciate it.
All right, way to go there.
Okay, we're still waiting for Ben, but we're going to try to get PJ to come back over here. We're going to move forward. If Steve, could you please come up? We're going to go to our panel discussion that we have scheduled for this afternoon. And then we'll be able to take some questions after that, and then hopefully Ben will be here after the panel discussion. So Steve and Anna. And Natalie, can we get you to move because we're going to have them right there.
Great all night.
So bear with us one second.
PJ's here.
Yeah. So we're just waiting to see if PJ can come over a little early for the panel discussion. All right. So I think we're going to go ahead and get started because I know we have more than double the number of people online watching than are here in the tribal hall, and we don't want to have them waiting. So if you don't mind, we wanted to bring our Native leadership together from some of our sister organizations that work on elder issues to really kind of talk about what is going on right now. You've heard some of what the work they've done this morning with their organizational reports. But we wanted to have a panel discussion to talk about elder needs now and in the near future. So we're really honored to have with us FNA Executive Director Steve Guinness back up here, and also our own first chief, Anna Frank, and hopefully TCC Chief PJ Simon was on his way. Is he on his way? Okay, so while he's coming over here, I just want to kind of do the introduction about that. As you heard earlier, you know, Denakkanaaga really is honored to be working with our sister organizations over the years on mutual elder concerns. Some of these issues that we've talked to you before about and they're still being worked on include senior housing for elders, isolation, food security, safety issues. So we hope to hear from them about what they're doing and how we can work together. And the first question that we have is, you know, we often hear that phrase, a tsunami of elders is coming because the baby boomers are all aging out. And are we really ready for them in regards to the programs and services that are needed to help our elders? And when we say elders, for Denakkanaaga, we're talking about those that are 55 and older. And then, of course, you get other organizations saying, well, you got to be 60 and older or 65 and older. But for us, when we talk about elders, it's 55 and older. So with that tsunami coming, what, in your opinion, as Native leaders, what do you think is the greatest need facing our elders right now? Steve?
You know, that's a really very good question. And you know, in Alaska, we have the fastest growing senior population than any other state in the country. In Fairbanks, that current trend indicates that 1 in 5 Fairbanks North Star Borough residents is 60 years and older. So I think this is a good question to really think about, is how do we deal with the increase in the senior population? And I don't think that any one organization can address that. I believe that Denakkanaaga, FNA, Tana Chiefs, Doyon to some extent, I think we really need to come together and put a strategy together as to how are we all planning to address this increase in our senior population. I also believe that we're going to have, we should really be always mindful of this trend of what's happening. And I know that there's elders who want to maintain their sense of independence as long as possible. And, you know, I think we need to think about those elders that, like I say, you know, want to maintain their independence, free of being put in some kind of a home or something like this. I also know that right now, I think the biggest impact that, as far as our elders are concerned, is having to deal with this virus that we've been going through. And obviously it's impacted them because they're isolated, because there's folks that haven't been able to visit with them, their own relatives, their own grandchildren, etc. So that it's had an impact on them. And so that's something I think just currently, right now, today, we need to think about, is how is that impacting them today, and how is it that we can help them? During this time, like I said in my report earlier, we try to assist our elders with food, meals, whatever other needs they may have. We try to help them out that way. But like I said, you know, they're impacted right now. And how to deal with that is something I believe we really need to kind of put a strategy around. And as we're talking about this expansion, or this increase in senior population, my board had we've had a strategic plan in place since I've been there, and that's been 12 years. And we went through a first 5-year strategic plan that basically was addressing stabilizing the organization. The next 5-year plan centered around expanding our services. And so I think my board understood that this tsunami, as you call it, was coming at us. And so one of the areas we expanded in was in community services, which I talked about earlier, around our elders, elder abuse, around issues around families, some family members taking advantage of them financially, things like that. And then in regards to what we're talking about now, building up stronger partnerships is going to be crucial. And that's building up partnerships with TCC, people at case managers over at Chief Andrew Health Center, building up our relationship with other nonprofits here in Fairbanks, the food bank, things like that, which F&A has done, is they have built up partnerships with all these entities we believe can be helpful to assisting our elders. Now, one of the key, I think one crucial partnership in this whole issue is the Chiefs Conference. And I say that because there's the last census that was done. There's 10,000 Alaskan Native people living here, and many of them come from our villages. And so I think that partnership with the Chiefs, working with F&A to address some of the social needs of those people here in Fairbanks, I think is very crucial. And so as we're moving forward, I think this is a question that I think we all, whether you're on a village level or you're in this urban level, has an impact on our elders. Because, right now I'm 71 years old, and I tease my board. I want to plan for my future. So let's look at elder housing of some sort. I would say to them, just jokingly, right? But the seriousness of it is there, though, right? Yep. Is that there is a need for that, and that's something we all going to talk about later. Elder housing needs.
Right.
And it's not only in Fairbanks; it's also in our villages. So. I guess I'll just leave it there, but because it's a hard one to wrap your head around, because our elders are being impacted in many different ways. Caring for our elders that are in homes and things like this, and they're like some of them are over there in Denali. They haven't seen any one of their loved ones since March of last year. You can imagine the impact that it has on that elder. So, that's why I say I think we need to kind of look at how has this impacted our elder population today, and what can we do to try to help them through this time until such time as we can all come together like we've been doing before with our potlatches and all this stuff we do, That'll really help them in their mental health. That's kind of my view, but it's a tough question you're asking there. It really is.
Yeah, we will be talking about the housing issue in a few minutes, and we just want to welcome Chief Simon back to the stage with TCC. He's joining us, and PJ, we were just talking about what you as a Native leader think is the greatest need facing our elders now.
Yes, I think housing is critical, providing shelter for our elders. And earlier this morning, I talked about water and sewer. A lot of our villages do have infrastructure needs out there, but currently some of the villages and the tribes do not have water and sewer. Basic necessities that would give them longevity, better health care, and able to take care of the grandchildren, the kids. So that's a big issue with us, especially on the go forward, coming off a pandemic year where a lot of our elderly and tribal enrollees did sit at home for 1 year. Villages shut down, completely shut down, except for food. Leadership through the executive board, tribally driven, the chiefs who own Tanana chiefs. We all own Tanana chiefs. Individual leaders that govern us give us direction through resolutions. So with that, we provided food, salmon. We gave salmon out to every tribe and organization in the region. And, you know, it's something we're very proud of. The medical staff and administrative team, they delivered vaccinations for 55 days straight. Someone got up at 3 in the morning with this 90 below freezer, dug it out so it'll thaw out. The team was at the airplane, whether it was Everett's or Wright's, 6 a.m. sharp. Beneficiary employees, non-beneficiary employees, and I always say diversity makes us stronger. You had people who cared, non-beneficiaries who cared for the villages so much. They worked 55 days straight, even on weekends, delivering this vaccination, where our elderly, who gives us leadership and guidance, was our top priority, our culture bearers. So it's something we're pretty proud of. The E-Board gave us direction, so we're happy with that. Housing, you always hear, like, keep saying tsunami of elders. There's 16,000 enrollees in Tanana Chiefs, I believe, and 20,000 in Doyon, working together, especially now. We've, you know, get emails from Doyon, official letters of gesture. Same thing with IRHA. And I think on the go forward, working with IRHA, we heard Steve with FNA talk about working together. And I think IRHA and Tanana Chiefs, we have started working. We'd welcome FNA to join our efforts there, especially with ARPA funding on the go forward. There's so much infrastructure funding available on the go forward that it's critical. The needs that we focus on at Tanana Chiefs, that the executive board gives us direction, is infrastructure for behavioral health, infrastructure for Paul Williams House, infrastructure for a wellness center, like our health director told us. The last 2 build-outs, we ignored behavioral health. So that's not what we're going to do on the go forward. Earlier today, and I talked about the percentage of Americans, and not Alaska Natives, not us. There's 25% of our people need to lift up the hood and get a tune-up, so to speak, private consultation. Some people call it therapy, but we want to be there for our people. And that's, you know, behavioral health, especially when our enrollees were shut out and alone for 1 year. Society, we're still in a pandemic. There's still variants out there that, you know, talking to medical staff, if we're 90% effective for Moderna or Pfizer, well, there's a 4% chance you could thread the needle and catch that virus, so it's that real. Elders, you know, earlier today we talked about the admin team. We went over, we looked at some facilities this summer, this spring, and they just, it's so complex, all the needs, the medical needs, the administrative rules and regulations that govern housing and how we could harness these types of funding is complicated. There's different levels of care for our elderly, and we've looked at places where it turnkey ready. We talked about buying, and it did not pencil out for various reasons, but we've looked. We brought the team over. We've brought our engineers with our facilities maintenance and planning to look at these facilities for the needs. There's codes for such things. So elders, a lot of what we're finding out is a lot of our elders in the villages, they don't know all the services we currently provide. So with quality management, with Jennifer Eden and her team, we're process mapping a lot of what needs to be told to the employees who currently work for us. And this will give us a clearer direction and expectations, which would, at the end of the day, be better service. Housing, that's a big thing. We've got standing resolutions from our chiefs at the convention that they want an elder facility in every sub-region. So that's what we're looking at also, to keep our elders at home, to keep them healthy. Out-migration is another big issue that affect our villages. So, and here in Canada and Fairbanks, you look at the current expansion. Everyone will have access to world-class health care. And that's all of us working together and continue working together. I remember the days of late Bertha Moses carrying around a handbag with a stethoscope, a thermometer, and now we've grown bigger than that. And with the employee base that we have and the leadership provided, I think going to go forward with all the ARPA fundings coming in, that we can all work together. Canada Chiefs, we're working hard. We strive hard every day to do different things. It's from communication to health care to education to infant learning programs to elder nutrition. And anywhere we can streamline and help out, it's good. Going back to Elder Center, you look at Galena. I'm going to be down in Galena on Friday. I'm going to tour the Elder Center, tour the clinic, and this probably next month go to Gwich'ai, go to Fort Yukon and work with Chief James and what they have. We're Canada Chiefs. We're there for the chiefs. We're there for the tribes, and our job is service at the end of the day. But my answer, Sharon, would probably be housing that affect our people. Okay. And earlier I talked about how Mitchell Schufelt, one of our own, builds houses, how do I say, cheaper. And, you know, he hires local carpenters, men and women, goes to the villages and provides this type of service. So it's something we're proud of at housing, and we're looking, Sharon, we're actually looking, talking to Ori, who knows a lot about housing. How do we address the elder issue, the elder housing? We've got a room full of engineers. We've got a lot of human resources to help out, to give us direction in terms of, there's a lot of boxes with X's to fill out that the federal government requires a lot of this for healthcare, for engineering, the codes. There's a lot, but that's what we're trying to decipher. But yeah, housing. And, you know, just from staff, a lot of the elders in the villages currently do not know the services we all provide. So we're process mapping a lot of that and trying to streamline and make it more accessible.
Thank you. So I just want to clarify for our viewers that are watching on YouTube and by Zoom, and I do appreciate the answers that Steve and PJ have provided, because they provide direct services to individuals, including social services and behavioral health services. Denakkanaaga as an organization is more an advocacy organization, advocating for our elders and the needs, and that's where we come in and work with these different organizations on these common issues. So Anna, as our first chief of Denakkanaaga, and I know housing is very important to you, and we're going to talk about that next, but what do you see as the greatest need right now for our elders in our region?
I think one of the things that I see during this pandemic is that there was a lot of deaths, and we couldn't go into places and be with our families. And I know a few from home. Minto died by themselves because the families couldn't be there. It would have been nice, and maybe this we need to start thinking about in the future, is can we have a place where families can bring their loved ones out of the bigger, like Denali Center, or not so much Denali Center, but the other one way out, Pioneer Home. I think if we had a place we could put the people who were dying, maybe somewhere, and have that gathering for their family, it would have been nice. It was painful. I've watched so many die, and that was painful. I know our friend they took out of Pioneer Home, just moved her into their home. And so it's something like that I would like to see happen. It brought so many things out. I think our elders were not in tune to the young people. We were separated because us elders today are different. They're different. My parents were different than me. Way back then, they lived together. Here in Fairbanks, it's not like that. During the pandemic, when it was calming down, I had the women come to my home, and we did sewing, and we talked about different issues. They needed that at that time, and that's the only thing I could think of. Like Marie said, she was all by herself. And as community members, we need to help one another to find solutions for our people. I don't know how many times I tell people, I probably could afford Raven's Landing. Not too many could afford Raven's Landing. I would like to see something like that for our Native elders. Sometimes some of you go look at Raven's Landing and see what they have. Some of our Native people that could move in there, moved in there, and they loved it. But I also know when we put our Native people in a home here in Fairbanks, and they come to potlatch here, they say, take this home. I can't take it back to my assisted living. They don't want us to eat that. And we ask them to cook our Native food, and they tell us it smells. That's why I'm pushing so hard for that. There's so many things we can teach our young people today. They need us elders. And elders should always be invited to your meetings. Just to sit and listen, because we're learning how to be elders, and it's different than the way our parents learned. Everything I think of brings back memories of how my mom and dad taught us. How I learned to cope with the epidemic, I heard my father's story. He was 12 years old in Nenana. The epidemic hit. He said, we used to put plates by the door And if we come back, that plate is still by the door, that means that person died. And then we got to take them out of that home and bury them. 12 years old. My dad went through trauma. I never knew that for a long time until he started talking about his own life. And I learned from that. I learned how to take care of myself during this period of time. It was not an easy thing to do because people call me. Can you do this? Can you do that? I need last rites. And I had to go to those places. I can't let them down. I was very, very careful. But my dad taught me, don't let fear get to you. Just take care of yourself. Again, we have no place for family. Not even a place like this. When we do something, it's like I'm committing I break the law because we gather a small gathering at another building, what they let us have. And we have potlatch there. I broke the rules, yeah, I help people do that. But every time we tell people, this is not open freely, you got to remember that. You take care of yourself. If you want to come to a place like this, then don't go out there and get mischief. It was people like me who had to speak like that to young people. Tell them like it is. They need to hear it from us elders. And now we're going through almost like another epidemic. No fish. What are we going to do? How are we going to teach our young ones about fish? I went to my village when they gave away all this fish. They gave away abundance of fish. Did we get some?
Yeah.
Okay. Not everybody know that. We need to teach our kids how to jar. I had to take my family out Lake Minto. I got new fish net. I never saw that big whitefish before in our area. But I had to show it to my family. Too many things to deal with. I would like to see our organizations come together and discuss those things where we can say, okay, let's start on this. Sometimes I think we're, like I say, we're separated. I work with both communities because I have an elder I take care of in Minto. I have to run to Tanana Chiefs. I have to do this and this because this elder is not really taken care of. Sometimes that's what we have to do as city folks, work in both places. And I think it can be done if we could just come together and work together. If this elder couple right now, if they're moving to Fairbanks right now, we don't have place for them. They'll have to wait. Maybe we need to think, how can we do it now? I say all these things because I come across them. We see it happening. So, whatever is needed, let's work on one thing and see how far we could get with that.
Steve had a follow-up?
Well, you know, yeah, I hear Anna loud and clear. And I think right now would be a good time for all of us to work together and put a proposal together to be forwarded to our congressional delegation. I say this because we know there's a huge amount of money in the infrastructure bill that passed. And I think if we put our collective minds together and collectively sign a letter of some sort to our congressional people, hopefully they'll hear us. Now, we know statewide there's all kinds of infrastructure needs. And where we'll fall on their list is, I guess, anybody's guess, but I think it's worth the attempt. I mean, in regards to what Anna was just talking about, I think we may have an opportunity for that right now.
So you've kind of answered the question that we were going to talk about next. And, you know, for the past several years, our organizations, including IRHA, DOYON, FNA, TCC, have worked together on building a combination independent and assisted living facility for elders. And the impetus for that, as you just heard from Anna, was, you know, we're seeing elders coming into Fairbanks from the villages for medical reasons and needing a place to stay, and there really is none except for non-native facilities. And then, of course, unfortunately, COVID happened, and that put a halt to the plans to renovate the Bertha Moses Patient Hostel into an elder facility. So, as I mentioned, you know, you just kind of gave an answer, but maybe, PJ, if you could, from your organization's point of view, what can we do to really get this project back on track?
I think setting up a meeting, that would probably be a good first step. We get official emails with asks from Ori, and we honor those. And same thing with Doyon. We've been working with Doyon. Aaron and I meet every 2 weeks. We talk about opportunities. We talk about working together, different ways of helping our people. We hear the young people need assistance, so we're trying to address those types of needs on the go forward. And Ori Williams is IRHA, talking about housing. How can we, as a TDHC, tribally designated housing entity, how can IRHA assist? We work together. We're already doing that. We've been doing that. I don't think we put it into council. I guess the next one we will. We've been having really good partnerships with that. On the go forward, we're with the maintenance planning and, facilities. We've hired 2 Native engineers. We've hired a guy with 35 years construction experience. We've hired, consolidated all of our housing, our rural and green energy departments under one roof. So they've got right now a Native director. Our own people is leading our own organizations, which is self-determination that we're very proud of. On the go forward, a build-out like that would take engineering. How much square footage? We've got that human resources. We're currently putting it together. The codes, the building codes, whether it's sprinklers, communication, electricity, what kind of healthcare facilities, the plumbing. A lot of that, the engineers who take care of it for us are going to do it. That's our vision. Tanana Chiefs Executive Board's been really giving us good direction in terms of that. Is before, when we sign a contract and the contractor sign a contract, anything in between that we didn't understand would cost us a lot of money. Well, we've taken that out of the equation, and we've been able to account for every room, every communication line, every piece of electrical cord in that building, and cost code it and bring the costs down. We're looking at clinics right now in the region to go modular, to cut off from average 2.5, 2.6 million per clinic. We're trying to save $1 million off the top in terms of saving money. And that's what our educated Native people, the young people that you guys encourage to go to school, well, Tanana Chiefs, we put them to work, and we've got a vision for a new department. So it's trying to raise the bar. I brought up Aaron Shutt today, our Doyon president, who's got an engineering degree and a law degree. And also, talking with staff today, you know, we honored Tom Kriska at our annual convention. He's not an engineer or a lawyer, but he's somebody out there providing food for people. He's providing fur for potlatches. There's 39 tribes out there that we currently serve. There's people living there right now who's got water and sewer needs, who want elder housing, who's worried also about climate change. What do we do on a go forward for food? Tanana Chiefs, we've looked at managing the Stevens Village bison farm. We talked to them about getting to grow our own food, whether it's reindeer and bison. We had Ben Stevens and his Wildlife and Parks Division look at bison. The salmon, it doesn't look very good on the go forward with climate change, the hot temperatures, the ocean acidification, the stratification of the ocean to where just the top parts stay warm. It's supposed to churn cold water from the bottom, go to the top. And that's good for small fry, smoltification. So we're understanding from the biologists and the scientists how this affects food that migrate. And right now, 1.6 million summer chum, that's a lot lower than 2.2 million. Like Chief Anna talked about, is gardens in poultry, livestock, chickens and gardens, and growing part of our food source. I think that's what we'll have to focus on the go forward. Advocacy, our legal team and our government to government, they work hard every single day to try to advocate for more with the state. We're meeting with the state on Friday and try to get a better working relationship. We do not have a great working relationship with the state, and we're trying to mend that. What comes to mind immediately is our potlatch moose for elders. A lot of that, they did reach out and provided land to Native allotments, so that's something that's a positive. On the go forward, you know, medical services with our new expansion that the full board commissioned 3 years ago. That's going to be completed in May 2022, and that'll be able to provide a lot better health care to our people. We'll be able to do our own labs, so our elders don't have to travel, which is burdensome. Surgery, difficulties with many legs of travel, you name it. Unmet needs, well, we're recognizing the unmet needs for our elders out there, and we're trying a little at a time. We're not going to be able to do everything. So I think the partnerships on the go forward is critically important. Someone mentioned elder abuse. You know, that's real. That's real out there. Elder nutrition, home care providers, those types of things. The tribes, they get their own money. Tanana Chiefs were a consortium. The tribes are totally 100% in charge of the ARPA funding that they get. Each board of directors for each tribe determines what they do with their money. With our consortium money and our human resources grants, everything else that they have reached out and got, the E-board decides on the go forward what we do. But we're trying, Doyon, working with Doyon Limited. We work with them on the Willow project up north. We wrote a letter to the Department of Interior to keep it open. A lot of our Native people work for high-paid jobs in the oil industry. We reach across different lines to support different forms of employment. The village corporations is something else that should be brought into the equation. Next month, when the Supreme Court gives the money to our AMCs, much like 7I to 7J, each village corporation is probably going to get a sum of money. And, you know, with the organizations, Tanana Chiefs, we do not get money specifically for elders. It started disappearing with the state 6-7 years ago. And we have grant writers, we can work and partner with different organizations. I think there's a great need for that, but village corporations should be brought into the equation. They're the ones that, on their mission statement, says, we'll take care of all this. It says right on their mission statement, same with Doyon, same with Tanana Chiefs, same with FNA, same with IRHA. So let's work together. That's a great idea. So.
Right. So we've heard what our Native leadership feels is the current needs of our elders, and they've talked a little bit about what what's going to happen in the future, and then about housing being so important. So we are going to open up the floor for any questions. Josh, if there's any questions coming in through chat by Zoom, if you could please let me know. We have microphones here and here. If there's anybody that has a question for our leadership on these elder needs, Chief Gilbert? Could somebody get him a mic so we can hear him, please? And could we get the camera on him too, please?
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing. Yeah, we have a problem with elders in our area in Homemaker. It's Mary, she applied for it one time, and then we got somebody, but didn't last very long, and then she quit. And then you know that people using that drugs in the background check is a problem. So Mary tried it so many times, but it's really hard for us about the policy. It didn't go through, a lot of them. And they have to come to the place to get a fingerprint and all that. But then no one is available in our villages, so we got about 3 elders, Mary and 2 others. So we had cold weather for long times, and many times they called for help, but then it's hard to look after them. So also that in the city is another problem too, like nutrition they're talking about it. It's like Mary and I, we been together a long time, and we gotta have our own food, so we can stay longer in Fairbanks because I don't think we can go without our own food either. So I think we do need someone, one of them, staff should go up and visit every villages and make sure, check them out, all the elders we have. We all know that not very many elders either. So we never seen that staff from here at TCC up there, and we keep calling them, but it's the same old thing, and then it didn't go through anyway. So I know Mary does need help sometimes, like wash dishes and laundry and all that. Okay. But then I take care of that inside my house and mop the floor and wash dishes and cooking for her. But I didn't have a problem yet, but the next few years I'm going to have a problem, I know that. So this is a time for me to speak with the elder in the outlying villages. And the only way to do it is send out some staff, and they should take all the name down, and then we'll find out how many we got out there. Then during the cold weather, summer times we don't have a problem. But like Anna was talking about fish, we catch about almost 30 whitefish every day, right by my house, maybe 150 yards away. And cutting fish, and a lot of boys helped me. And one little guy came in the other day, he helped me cutting fish, I teach him. So it's a good time for them to learn for their own futures and help others. So we know 1960, we got a lot of elders all over. And I remember here and all over, every west and outlying villages. But now it's really changed, and we don't have many live at home right now. So we need them too. And they are the spiritual people, and kids know it. So they love the old people, and a lot of them still taking care of their elders. And Mary and I, they look after us too. Well, I got a lot of kids, and I got my families where they're surrounded us, so we're doing good, but some others are helpless. So thank you.
Thank you. PJ, did you want to respond to him about assistance for elders in the villages?
Yes, thank you. And Chief Gilbert, apologize for the shortcomings there. Tanana Chiefs grew 400% in 10 years, and we've got a wonderful staff in terms of elders and the nutrition and the services we provide. One of the things that has hampered our efforts, our concerted efforts, is the pandemic. And, in the last year, so the team has slowly been working together, and I think, especially for Arctic, one of the things that leadership's going to do is we're going to mandate that our elders position make site visits. So I think that will alleviate a lot of the issues in terms of providing service. And like you talked about, Chief, is meeting the needs. If we think, Chief, we know what you want and it's not what you want, that doesn't work. You know, when you tell us what you want out there in Arctic or any of the tribes, then we'll listen. And I think on a go forward, that's what we can promise you is more site visits out there to the TCC region and hear the issues and the needs of the elders. In terms of elder nutrition for Fairbanks and coming in, we've been collaborating, Canada Chiefs have been collaborating with ANTHC, and they have an elders nutrition menu, I believe. So we're learning as we go along and thinking about providing more, or we could work through Denakkanaaga and, you know, provide some funding or find ways, creative ways to bring our traditional food. And I know board member Manny Carlo delivers a lot of food, which has been critically important to the region, especially during a pandemic. So if we can, those two answers is, you know, our elders' position, they're going to make more site visits, Chief, and thank you for carrying that message. And also we'll look at the menu of traditional foods. When we get federal dollars from Canada Chiefs, there's accountability, there's got to be transparency, and there's a lot of special rules that come with it, but I think working with the Alaska delegation to change a lot of these policies is something that we can do, especially out in DC when we have a Native American who's a Department of Interior secretary. And also we've got one of our own Alaska Native, Raina Thiel, who represent Alaska issues. So those are two of the things I can promise you, Chief.
Okay. Steve, oh, sorry.
We know that sharing is the main cultures in our history, thousands of years. Like fish I'm talking about, and we sent some fish to really tie for the funeral, and then other boxes to here, because a lot of elders wanted. And also, so that we know that someone we lost in Winnipeg. So those young people, they get together and they always send some meat to the place where the people need it, because that's our food. So that's some way we can work together, and we could help in our old people in the city here too, and we could even send it to Tena Chief sometime, and so the elder could eat meat or fish. That's another thing. We should contact our people to do that if there's any fishes this summer. So that's our culture. So we should always remember our culture, sharing.
Steve, did you want to say a few words?
Yeah. With FNA, we don't have home care type of funding. And the way we do things at FNA is we do it through our case management. And I'll give you an example. There was an elder that broke his leg 2 places. And so he stayed in Denali for a while, and he got out and he would start staying at his apartment. But before he got out, he needed a wheelchair. And the hospital doesn't provide them that wheelchair. So through our case management, we contacted I forgot the name of that agency, and we were able to get that individual a wheelchair. And then he also, he can't drive because he can't walk, even though he has his own vehicle. So he had to go to his doctors once a week. And so in that case, our case managers work with the case managers at Chief Andrew Health Center. And they were able to set it up so whereby TCC can get him to his appointments. So that's how we kind of work it here in Fairbanks, as far as elders that have those kind of situations. Now, a lot of times we're not aware of it because nobody really tells us about it, right? But if we do, then we try to follow up and try to do as much as we can to try to help that elder out. And so that's just an example of how we do it within FNA. The other thing I think folks quite don't understand sometimes about Fairbanks Native Association is that we're not a tribe. So these funds that tribes are receiving, FNA didn't enjoy the benefit of that. And it's kind of disheartening because, like I say, we've got a lot of Native people living here in Fairbanks that need to be taken care of. And because of the way the law is or the way the legislation is written, we're kind of cut out of it, you know. And so we have to make do with what we have and try to do the best we can to try to take care of the elders here in Fairbanks. And so it takes a strong partnership to make sure they are taken care of. But if if that partnership is not there, the elder at the end of the day is the one that's going to suffer the consequences of that. And so we need to continue to build up our partnerships and understand each other's needs and how we can work together to take care of our elders.
Thank you, Steve. We have a question, I believe, from Peter. Did you have a question, Peter? If you want to come to this mic and if we could get the camera on him. Peter Demoski. It's on already, Peter. You just have to talk.
Okay. You forgot Peter's great. I want to bring up an issue that I hope we won't forget when we leave here, and I hope those listening in won't forget either. I want to commend Chief Anna Frank and Delegate Jackie Holtze. They brought this up. The Vietnam Native veterans, like me, we still don't have a Native allotment. Over 10 years ago, I got tired of waiting for it to pass. So I built a cabin on my mother's, my wife's mother, Native allotment in Nolato, because I couldn't get my own. We've been trying for years. I've been to Senator Sullivan's office, Senator Murkowski's office, Congressman Don Young's office in Washington, D.C., and they promised a Native allotment for Vietnam veterans will pass. I'm still waiting. They passed Native allotment recently, but the Native allotments are way up north or way southeast, far away from where it'll do me any good. I'm beginning to give up hope. I'm almost 80 years old, and all I want a Native allotment for is for my children. They don't have one. I don't have one. I don't know if my in-laws will kick me off their Native allotment. But that's something that shouldn't be just our concern. It should be everybody listening in on this conversation. It takes all of us, I think, to get this thing through to Congress to give Native allotments to us who don't have one. I'm not going to go way up north or way southeast to put in a claim for one. What good will it do me? Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. I know Cordelia is writing some notes there for Senator Murkowski, and we also have on the line Senator Sullivan's representative online also watching the proceedings, and I believe they're taking some notes also. If we could we have Marie ask a question first, then we'll go back to you if you don't mind, and then we have an online question as well. Marie Yaska.
I don't have a question, but I have an issue that's been bothering me ever since the land claims came through. You know, our people always shared everything. That's the way it's always been. They share their eddies, they share their trapping area. If somebody don't have a trapping area, then somebody will let them trap on their area. That's the way it's been from generations to generations. And just because the land claims settlement came through, people started arguing about, don't trap on my land. Don't set fishing in my eddy. That's not our way. That's a non-native way. I want to really impress that. People been, they sit fishing it for their dogs or something, and somebody's eddy in the fall time, hey, you pick your net up, that's not your eddy. In the springtime, somebody sit fishing it just to feed the people. And the same thing. Pick your net up, that's not your eddy, that's my eddy. That person is sharing fish with everybody and just feeding the people, but they don't see it that way. I really don't like that. That's not our native way. The reason the land claims came about was for us to hang on to our land so non-native people can't move into our area. That's what the land claims was about, not for us to fight among ourselves. Doggone, that really irritates me. What's wrong with our people anyway? They think they're no longer native or what? That's what I have to say.
Marie, thank you for that. It's so noted. Getting back to the issue, I know we're going all concerns right now, but we are focusing on our elder needs and now and in the future. Online, Wilhelmina Stevens is asking about teaching elders technology, and that is a concern for their needs. And I don't know if you heard earlier, but Denakkanaaga is working with ANTHC to provide iPads to elders. We're starting off slow because they are very expensive. They're like $600 each. We have 120 iPads that we will be sending out to 2 to 3 elders. Those elders will be determined by us working with the tribal councils, and then we will be providing training to them on how to use them and then how to get them set them up for safety precautions. So it is starting off slowly. Unfortunately, it is pretty expensive, but we are working on that right now. So we're slated to end at 4 o'clock today. I do appreciate everyone's questions. It's good to hear comments and questions. We will have more time tomorrow also. At this time, though, I would like to thank our panelists for talking about elder needs, our Native leadership. You know, it's always good to hear from them on what they're working on day to day in regards to elder concerns. So if you could please help me welcome and thank them for that, for being here. Thank you. And Ben is here now, Ben Stevens, and he heads up the Hunting Fishing Task Force. We've heard some comments today about how dismal, no fishing, and it is a big concern. So we are going to bring Ben up here. He's going to talk about the work that the task force is doing. And TC, pardon me? Thank you, Steve. Thank you, PJ. Appreciate it. We do want to have Ben come up here and talk about the important work that the task force is doing and how they work with other organizations also. So please help me welcome Ben Stevens.
Basi. Thank you very much. Again, my name is Ben Stevens. I am Koyukon from Stevens Village, which is north of Fairbanks here on the Yukon River. I was raised by my grandma Hilda Stevens. Lived in the village throughout my younger years, trained by my uncles and my grandpas, and ended up leaving there for Mount Edgecombe High School. Then I went on to college, and then I went into the world of work. And I think that I can say that it has been my entire work life that I have been a tribal advocate. I've worked for wellness. And man, I tell you what, it's a tough job, but I think that I've found a way to connect hunting and fishing to our wellness. Because we have found that when you disconnect our people from the land and the animals, things start to get messy. And once we get our people back on the land, listening to the leaves, exercising our traditional ways, food that we eat, connections to the grandparents, that connection to the grandkids, that is where I think we find a little bit of wellness. So, I serve you at the Tanana Chiefs Conference with the Hunting and Fishing Task Force. We created this thing, you created this thing back with a resolution back in about 2013 that talked about getting our people to the table to enhance their voice to protect themselves. And so, the way that the task force is designed is for us to help you fight for yourself. Only way to do that is through partnerships. For example, we've got a real close working relationship with other organizations around the state, such as Coeric, the Southeast folks, down around Chugachmute. That's the only way that we're going to be able to create the force, the tidal wave necessary for folks to pay attention to us. Down those lines, we also have a very close working relationship with the University of Alaska Fairbanks. Their tribal governance program is really instrumental in helping our people understand the language of regulation and policy. I had a picture that I was trying to bring to you. Sorry, I didn't. But it showed a whole paragraph of English words that even most college graduates could not understand. But the system was using that information in that language to govern how we allocate the resources, mostly what we use to live on. So I want to just briefly mention one of the strategies under the task force to help our people fight for their hunting and fishing rights is to enhance Alaskan Native influence in the policies and the regulations. Up to now, there has been very little injection of traditional ways into regulations. If you, and so what we're trying to do right now is we're trying to work with our partners to understand that language of regulation. And when a Board of Game meets, we work with our partners to bring all of our people to that meeting a day ahead of time so we could train them up. This is what the Board of Game does. This is what the Board of Fish does. This is the Federal Subsistence Board. By the way, there's a difference between Fish and Game and Fish and Wildlife. So those basic things, we bring our folks together and we sharpen them up on those types of ideas. And then they take that information into the meeting and they fight. I have never seen a bunch of volunteer people fight so hard with so much heart than our real deal hunters and fishers that come out of the villages. And that's mostly who we run with. Folks that you would normally never see come out of the village, let alone go into a meeting. Oh, definitely not get to the microphone. See, that's, I think, one of the hidden powers that we've got is that we've got the real deal traditional hunters and fishers going to the microphone at the Board of Game, Board of Fish, Federal Subsistence Board, all the RACs, advisory committees, and they're telling them now what the real deal is. And it's really hard to ignore because our folks don't just bring a Bachelor of Science in biology to the discussion. Our folks bring generations of traditional knowledge to the discussion. Pure gold. You can't get by that. Did you have a question, Grandma? Oh, okay. And so what I want you to know is that the ideas that you guys have come up with and that you're continuing to guide us with is providing us with a real unique way of bringing our people to the table. Go figure that we had to go back and learn a different language. And so once we started figuring that stuff out, our Alaska Native men found new energy. I was told a long time ago that part of our job was to protect the weak and help feed our people. That was my job. And then all of a sudden, as our world started to develop, our men got put over there and sat down. And I've heard that a whole bunch of negative stuff happened after that. What I'm told. But now what we found is through your design, our Native men now are warriors again. They're fighting for their people in the language that's acceptable in this day and age. It's the language of regulation. I'm looking at Mr. Demosky there. His son is one of them. That man is learning the language of regulation, and he's getting creative, and he's pushing back. Down that way is a bunch of ruffins. Percy is down there, Percy Lawnitz and Tommy Kriska, and a bunch of them in that area right there. But the thing about it is that we're starting to push back. So no longer is a board meeting happening and you got no brown skin in the room. Because a lot of times, even if I'm not there, a whole bunch of folks that know that in order for them to do their jobs, they have to be there and they have to represent. And so the difference is phenomenal. I wish I could show you the pictures that we take as these guys and these gals walk up there and do battle for our hunting and fishing rights. So anyway, I have digressed, but let me just, Let me say that this summer we're not looking at a very good salmon season. And part of the strategy of the task force also talks about our people getting involved in building capacity. And so down those lines, we have developed the Yukon River Intertribal Fish Commission, which basically puts our village voices into the Fish Commission, which in turn deals with the state and the feds. It provides your voice with a great big speaker to that discussion. No longer are the state and the feds over there in the corner deciding what they're going to do with our food. We're putting some influence into that. And so as we go through this summer, keep an eye on how things are rolling. Ask your village council, where is your commissioner, your fish commissioner? For Stevens Village, it's Mr. Randy Mayo. I think his alternate is Don Stevens. So ask, let's be near that conversation and see how it goes. The things that you bring back to us will help us get stronger and make it the way that you want it. So with that, I'm gonna stop because I was supposed to allow for questions. Sorry. Any questions of me?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
What are you guys doing about bycatch?
Can you repeat the question?
Yes, sir. What are we doing about bycatch? Man, I get all the really good questions. So bycatch is a term that is used out in the ocean, in the marine environment. And basically what it is if I am fishing for pollock and I accidentally catch another species of fish like a king salmon, that king salmon is considered bycatch. And so I believe what you're referring to is that because we're having such low numbers in the Yukon River, folks are looking for reasons as to how can we help this situation? How can we ensure that more fish come up to feed our families? A lot of folks have looked at bycatch. I'm not entirely too sure of the exact status of the science at this moment, but it's my understanding that the amount of bycatch that are currently in the nets out in the ocean coming to the Yukon River is very low. And so what we can do is continue to engage in that conversation to ensure that these numbers either trigger mechanisms to cut down on fisheries or allow them to continue. So we currently have a team that is addressing that. Folks may know Brooke Woods from Rampart. She's the chairperson of the Yukon River Intertribal Fish Commission. She's on that team. Kevin Whitworth is from McGrath. He is the fishery biologist for the Cusco Intertribal Fish Commission. And Darcy Peter from Beaver, who I believe has a marine, some type of a marine biology degree. She's heavy into climate change. She works with Woodwell on the East Coast and is incredibly resourceful. So we've got the three of those folks that right now are paying close attention to that conversation. But considering the fact that I've heard Catherine may be able to help me with this, but anywhere between 4 and 7% is of that clump of bycatch is destined for the Yukon River. So again, all we can do is continue with that dialogue and to ensure that they cut back even further in the numbers that they receive.
Is there a way the federal government could make them save the salmon that they're throwing away?
Yes, there is possibly a way. From what I recall of that conversation, The challenge that they're having is economics. It's basically, if you have a boat that can carry 10 fish, you have 10 salmon, and you get something else in there, see, you're basically taking away that space for your targeted species. I think another consideration too is when they talk about maintaining the bycatch, they also have to consider these are huge boats that probably could swallow up the TCC building. Huge, monstrous cities of boats that fish out there. And when you get a king salmon at the bottom of that hole there, and you've got tons of weight on it, it's not too good when it gets to the shore. And there are a number of other tangents to that discussion. There is some discussion about giving it to Goodwill, about like the food banks. The last part of that conversation that I had was that was being sent to Seattle, and if it was going to come back, it was going to have to be shipped back to Alaska. So that is something that I'm going to have to confirm with our North Pacific Fisheries Management team that is on that. But good questions.
Make them throw them back in like they did to the wheels.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, there's I mean, that's a good idea. The challenges that they're having is that they're talking about tons and tons and tons of fish, and it's just it's definitely a stress point. Any more questions?
Are there any online?
Any online? Okay, well, if there aren't, I'll be over here for a bit, and I appreciate your time and your attention. You folks give me fuel. You help me get back in there and do it all over again. Mr. Demosky, you're not off the hook. He's the one that always throws me back into the fight. That guy right there.
All right. Well, Ben, we just want to thank you for all the work that you're doing, and we appreciate you being here at the Denakkanaaga Conference. Thank you. Senator Sullivan's office, they are on the line watching, Peter, and they heard your comment, and they said they will be in touch with you. Okay. So they are watching. Tomorrow, we will start breakfast at 8 o'clock, not 7:30. No one's here at 7:30. So we're going to start at 8 o'clock, and then the meeting will start at 9 o'clock. Tomorrow, for those online especially that may not have an agenda, tomorrow morning we will have a legal presentation. We have 2 attorneys from the Alaska Legal Services that work with tribal courts and the state court system on guardianship for grandparents raising grandchildren, and they'll also talk about wills. These are 2 important topics that we've been asked over and over again by our elders to have addressed. So we'll start off the morning with that legal presentation, and then we will have a presentation on the collaboration between TCC, Morris Thompson Cultural and Visitor Center, and Denakkanaaga on the cultural programming that we're doing. And then from there, we will have an introduction before lunch on generational trauma and how we're healing from that. That is more of an introduction into what we're going to be talking about in the afternoon. At past conferences, we've had people say there's not enough time for these men and women's groups to talk about these issues. So tomorrow, the whole afternoon is going to be devoted to those groups. And then at 4 o'clock, we will reconvene. The men's group will meet here, the women's group will meet over at Denakkanaaga, and then we'll come back together as one here at the Tribal Hall at 4 o'clock, and then reports will be given from those discussion groups. So that's tomorrow, and then Thursday will be our annual meeting when we'll be electing 2 elder board members and also reinstating the youth representative to our board. So the week's going to pass quickly. We hope to see you tomorrow. Come hungry. They're cooking a lot of food. And we'll see you at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning for breakfast. Thank you.
Could we just leave our folders?
Yep. You can leave your folders on your desk or your tables if you like. Just put your names on them. Thank you.